The end of the show today. It's our beach bash. You can see the surfers in the background. We got you playing us out. What a great day here in Daytona Beach. Devin, thank you. And thank you, Daytona Beach, for having us for another beach bash here on Fox 35.
I'm pretty sure that I can't take anymore before you take a swing. I wonder, what are we fighting for? When I say out loud, I want to get out of
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now. That is Marine One that is landing at Camp David carrying President Trump, where he is going to be meeting with members of the cabinet at a cabinet meeting at Camp David, the presidential retreat, coming up in just a little bit. So we are watching out for that, and we'll bring you more from that cabinet meeting coming up in just a little bit. Good morning to you. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot coming up over the next 4.5 hours. We're standing by as well for an update on that huge that fire in Kissimmee overnight and in the early morning hours. We're going to hear from the deputy chief coming up in a few minutes. We'll bring that update to you live. But it is a big day here for us at Fox 35 as we help families get back to school. It is the Fox 35 Care Force Backpack Brigade Day, and we're going to check in with Fox 35's Marley Capper and Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joining her live at Walmart on East Colonial, and where folks have really already been coming out, showing their support and really helping people who are, getting ready for back to school. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning, Garrett. It has been so moving. I want to show you guys. This is just in the last 30 minutes. We've had people donate full-on bags full of goodies. And I mean, it's just been so inspiring to see. Brooks and I have been able to connect with so many people in our community. I mean, I know that you're a dad and you have kiddos in school, so you know what it's like and how expensive it is. So to see this many people come together, what does it mean to you?
I mean, it's absolutely touching, and it is an expression of love of community. And a lot of people donating they have kids of their own right now, and they're living on the edge. I mean, as a parent, everything's really expensive, and any kind of help really, really helps. And in a lot of situations, I mean, this can make or break a school year. Case in point is it's not just about having a backpack. I mean, this for a 5 or 6 year old boy is an identity. This is Minecraft. Yeah. This is awesome. Yeah. The fact that somebody donated this, it's probably a little bit more expensive, but it gives them a sense of pride as well.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these. It's packed with markers and number 2 pencils and the composition books and all the supplies that are on the list. And this represents probably almost $40-50 worth of stuff.
Yeah.
And that is wonderful. Yeah. And just to see the outpouring of support for the community. We were talking about this earlier, that oftentimes in news we are often exposed to only the bad stories. And you can get kind of a negative impression of a place anywhere in the country because, well, a lot of stories are not great stories. But this is a fantastic story. And seeing the community come together for this is not only inspirational, but it's affirming and it's wonderful. And look, here's a brand new donation.
Brand new donation. Hi! We just got a donation in. What's your name? Okay, no worries, that's okay. She donated and she wants to stay anonymous, which we totally understand. But I mean, you guys, between the 2 bins, we have so many people that are donating. And what I love about what we're doing today, here, take one, Brooks, is the list of stuff. Some of these items, I actually went and shopped and I wrote down how much they cost. 25 cents for the cheapest item. So some people out there might think that 25 cents isn't a lot or that's not going to do much.
Right.
But it can really, really make the difference. And I want to bring on Stephanie. Come on over here. So I would love to talk about what happened a few minutes ago. We were kind of behind the scenes tearing up. Show us and tell us what happened.
So there was a gentleman that saw me out front, and he actually watched the very first clip this morning, and he went to our website and looked up my story, and he drove over here from Seminole County, and he handed me $1,000. And with this, what he heard is that this was going to be tripled, where now it's actually, we have a quadruple match now.
Wow.
Up to $10,000. So I think it's really not beautiful hearing his backstory, although beautiful that he feels safe and that he was vulnerable to share some of his backstory. And some of his backstory is that his mom died in addiction and in active addiction, and he lived in the van with five of his other brothers and sisters with their grandmother for a bit when he was younger. So he just said thank you and wanted to share a little bit of his story and where he is today as well, and to make sure that this $1,000 got into my hands.
It's truly so moving. Your testimony is so moving. So for someone to single you out and say, thank you for sharing your story, I want to honor what God has done in your life, and give you $1,000, which now turns into $4,000. Can you believe that?
And it's really amazing because the difference between somebody gave us $1.75, this is just as important as this is.
You're right.
You know? And I think that, so many people think, oh my gosh, so I can't do 10,000 or I can't do like $1.75.
Right.
So absolutely amazing. It's like give what we can.
Right.
Some people can give more. Some people can help share the word. It's not always about, doing all of it, because none of us were meant to do all of it.
And $1.75, that gets matched too. So that turns into, I'm not great at math, about $5 almost?
Absolutely.
And so $5 can get you some of these items. Like, I know right now the markers were like 92 cents. So for $5, wow, thank you, look at this. There was crayons in here for 32 cents, notebooks for 50 cents. $5 can actually go a long way and get a lot of the items off. So why don't you and Brooks read some of the items for me? Tell me, so you just alternate. So you go one and then you go one.
Okay.
So the Backpack Brigade, we're here till 3 o'clock, and crayons and pencils. Well, you
I'm
go.
trying to have fun, Brooks. I'm like, Brooks, I'm trying to have fun here.
That's okay.
Okay.
Gift cards
Reminders.
and thumb drives.
Just all the school stuff, and we have the list here. And so when you come by, we'll give you the list. Any donation as well, a Walmart gift card will be matched by donor and quadrupled, right?
Yep.
So I mean, if you give $10, it becomes $40. If you give $20, it becomes $60.
Yes.
$80.
This is why we get paid to talk, Brooks. Really quick.
$100, it becomes $400. I can do that.
Yeah, there we go. We can do the easy ones. So you did like a little quick math. You said you estimated about $45 is what it takes to do everything on the list. Is that what you were thinking?
$35. $35 to get everything that's needed inside, and that's the backpack as well. And we went in and priced it.
Yeah.
So it's really beautiful. So again, if somebody donates online, $35 for one, we can buy enough for four.
You guys.
Yeah.
So we have a QR code. I don't know if Garrett has it or not, but I'm hoping we can pop the QR code. If Garrett doesn't have it, I want you guys to go to our website, fox35orlando.com. We're going to have all of the information there. Garrett has it. Perfect. You guys are amazing. Scan this QR code on your screen now. So if you don't have time to get down to East Colonial, the Super Walmart here in downtown, make sure to donate online. Like we said, $5 can really change a student and a family's life, and you've seen it.
Absolutely. The impact is absolutely amazing, and I love all the love that's coming in from the community, far and wide.
Far and wide, truly. Like the guy with the money drove from Seminole County. You guys, this is incredible. Brooks, any final thoughts before we send these back to Garrett?
I mean, especially at this young age, this foundational support can really launch a child. It's all about the foundation to build the house on. And if that foundation is strong and it's something that you at home can do right now, it really can set the community ahead. You look at 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, it's a better community than it would have been otherwise.
And we had a dad today, single dad, 5 kids. He said, I know what it was like to have a ton of kids and to have to do all of this. And he bought, like, literally it filled a whole cart, the biggest donation we've seen today. And it's just so inspiring. And even the touch of the water bottle is just so sweet. So whatever you have, big or small, 25 cents, $5, $100, we would love to see you guys. Come meet Brooks and I.
We'll be
Get
here.
A picture with us. Come hang out. We're pretty cool, right?
Well, I'm working on personally. I mean, you are.
No, Brooks is pretty cool, you guys. He's underselling himself. We love the dad jokes. We love it. All right, Garrett, we're going to send these back to you guys. But again, please come visit us. We'd love to see you guys.
All right, Marley, Brooks, thanks so much. We'll check back in with y'all coming up in a little bit. Really great to hear the impact that every single one of you out there is making right now. And you can continue to make an impact. Donate online, scan the QR code that you see right now, or stop by Walmart between 8 and 3. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Let me give you a live look right now in Kissimmee, where we are awaiting an update from the Kissimmee Fire Department, talking about this big fire that happened at a pawn shop overnight, or early this morning, I should say, around 6 o'clock in the morning. Simple Pawn and Jewelry. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. The building was unoccupied at the time, but it was quite the scene out there. Let me see. Give me 1 minute here, and I can show you some of what that looked like earlier today. Some of the photos from that fire, and you're going to see why we are seeing such a mess still at this hour. So here's some of the photos showing the flames just erupting out of the roof of that building. Again, you can see Simple Pawn and Jewelry. Those front windows busted out. It looks like flames, heavy smoke coming out of the building earlier today. The fire department has been on the scene for hours at this point now, working to get that fire put out. You see the video and the smoke, and as they were able to fight that fire and combat it. So much water that was used to do that, and you can still see a lot of that water there on the ground. Getting ready to hear from Deputy Chief Joseph Leone, who appears to be stepping to the podium right now. We will go ahead and listen in live.
Officers that do this job day in and day out. As you can see, this was a very stubborn, hot fire for our guys. It started around 6 in the morning. They received a call for an activated fire alarm. Once en route, it was upgraded to a commercial structure fire. First crews got on the scene, made a very aggressive attack on interior, encountered a lot of fire. They had to back out. The incident commander made the decision to go defensive at that time. Within about 15 minutes from that call to pull them out and go defensive, the building collapsed, the roof collapsed in, and from there on out it was a defensive fire. The state fire marshal is here right now. They've been out here since about 9 o'clock investigating. That's pretty much the update, guys.
Was there a lot of chemicals or gas inside there because it is a pawn shop?
We can't confirm that because we never really got in the building.
Did you have any obstacles that you had to deal with?
A lot of fire. A lot of fire.
What about the possibility of ammo? Was there guns and stuff?
Some of the crews did confirm that they heard something shooting off, but I can't confirm it was ammo or not. They just heard pops.
So there wasn't like necessarily an explosion, just maybe a noise that they heard?
Say that question again?
There wasn't necessarily an explosion, but there was just that noise that they heard?
My crews did not report any explosions, just small pops.
Are we aware of any impact to local businesses, whether that be like power outages or anything else like that that you can talk about as well?
So the power was cut down to the building here. KUA did cut it down. I'm not sure if they cut it down to any other areas. Hopefully they're able to secure it just to this building. Traffic was affected since 6 in the morning, so all of you guys out there, I saw on the news you guys reporting traffic shut down here. Thank you for doing that for us. It kept people away. But Vine was shut down for approximately 4 or 5 hours this morning. And as you know, that's a heavy traffic area. So we apologize. I personally apologize to everyone out there for your traffic jam this morning.
What's your full name?
My name is Joe Leone, Leone, Deputy Fire Chief of Operations.
How stubborn was it to put this fire out?
Very. So what happens is when the building collapses, the roof falls in, and then it keeps fire underneath the roof. So what we have to do is sometimes allow it to burn through the roof in order to hit the seat of the fire. Behind me to my left here, you see an excavator. That was brought out in case we need to pull down walls to get in. Sometimes we need to pull the walls down to get in to get to the seat of the fire. So extremely stubborn. These guys and women did a great job. Hats off to the police department. But at the end of the day, guys, these Florida firefighters, they take a beating when they get fires like this. So please, we just ask for your continued support for them.
Were we aware of anything that could have been salvaged, or is it at this time you haven't had the opportunity to look? What does it look like on the inside?
From what you can see, the building looks like a total loss to me, but we have not been inside yet to see. We will not go inside because it is unsafe, so I cannot answer that question 100%. No problem.
Joe, were there any injuries reported with this fire?
Yes, thank you for reminding me. We do. I left that out, and we do have an injured firefighter. Late in about 20 minutes ago, we had one get sick from possibly heat exhaustion, but he's being evaluated by the ambulance now, and we hope to get him over to the hospital and get him checked out. But thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. I should have said that right in the beginning.
How many firefighters did you guys have here today?
Approximately 40 firefighters were on the scene. We kept it to the City of Kissimmee firefighters. However, I do want to thank our partners around us that help run calls in our area.
Do you think it could rekindle at any time, or
There's always that possibility of rekindle. We're going to keep our engine and tower here for a couple more hours to make sure, but there's always that possibility of rekindle.
Besides Kissimmee Fire, were there any other? You said there was other agencies that were assisting with you guys. What other agencies?
The other agencies, they did not assist on the scene other than KPD, Kissimmee Police Department, but the other agencies did run our calls because, as you know, as a fire department, we did not shut down operations to the city. We still have a commitment to the city, and our partners around us help us with those.
And how long did it take to contain the fire?
So the call came out around 6. I imagine it was burning well before that because of the amount of fire that they were when they approached the scene. So I imagine it took about 3 to 4 hours to actually get it extinguished. We just put it out probably 20-30 minutes ago.
And will there be any steps? I don't know if the fire marshal needs to investigate anything like that to determine a cause. What are the next steps?
The next step here is as routine. We do call the state fire marshal. They opted to come out. Actually, there's 2 of them here now, so they are out investigating. They will tell us what the next steps are in their investigation.
But at this time, you guys think it was accidental? You don't have a reason to think it was an accident?
I never said accidental. We have it's under investigation. I cannot confirm or deny anything.
Have you had a chance to talk to the business owner or the managers here?
Yes, we did have we did have an opportunity to talk to the emergency contact person. I had the opportunity to talk to him personally. So he is on the scene, and they're calling a company out to help with securing the area.
Did they give maybe any insight about what could have caused or what could have might have been?
It would be all speculation.
Did it start in the back, the front? Do you have any idea where it might have started?
We have no idea where it started. I'm sorry to answer those questions like that, but it would be pure speculation.
I don't know if you already answered this, but do we know how long this avenue is going to be closed?
So westbound just opened, and we're going to be opening eastbound very shortly.
Okay. Do we have a time?
Once again, did you just get here?
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, I want to apologize to the people that drive 192 for shutting it down, but it was important for the safety of our personnel.
Anyone? Last question, and then we keep going.
If you were to rank this among the fires you've seen, is it average, above average, in the scale?
No fire is average. Every fire is individual to itself, and every fire is extremely dangerous. I feel like a politician, sorry. But that's the honest to goodness truth.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're good? All right. Thank you, guys.
Kissimmee Deputy Fire Chief Joe Leone there giving us an update on what we know about that fire. We know one firefighter was injured, a heat exhaustion, they believe. About 40 firefighters on the scene there for hours now, and they're going to stay on there at that scene another couple of hours to make sure things don't reignite. As you heard him talk about, the roof collapsed. They've not been able to get inside that building. They're not going to be able to get inside that building. So there's still questions about how this fire may have started, what may have happened with all that. But they said there was a lot of fire. It was very stubborn and difficult to put out. There was also the potential that they heard some pops, maybe some ammo. It is a pawn shop after all, and so there may have been some ammo inside that was shooting off because of the fire. Vine Street was closed for 4 to 5 hours this morning, caused a bit of a traffic headache. Hopefully things will begin to get back to normal there over the next little bit. So that's the update from Kissimmee Fire Department about the situation there. And again, they'll be staying on the scene for another couple of hours to make sure that fire doesn't restart. Well, we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. Have a lot to come over the next few hours. Still standing by for the start of that Trump cabinet meeting. We are also tracking on the radar some showers and storms through the area today, so we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Dobson joins me now, and Jess, watching out for some more showers and storms today?
Yeah, we're going to see more rounds. Not quite the same setup as yesterday, but it's going to feel similar because it's going to be moving in from the west, and we'll have definitely some heavy rain again. Not a complete and total washout of a day, though. We've been watching for some rain that's been rolling in from our west, and it will continue to do so. A little bit later of an onset of some of these showers and downpours. So looking ahead towards about midday, so we're talking noon, 1 o'clock, we'll have a couple of these stray downpours and thunderstorms rolling in areas near and west of I-75. However, a couple of these could sneak a little more inland. We've already had some rain this morning, so it's been a little bit of an unusual setup, even just the last couple of days, but we'll still see kind of this southeasterly flow of things as it works its way closer towards, say, the Orlando Metro by, I would say, between the hours of 1 and 2 o'clock, probably. We'll start to see the impacts from these showers and storms in that general vicinity, and then they'll continue to sink their way to the south and east by 4, 5, 6 o'clock. That's likely when we're going to be expecting the peak of this, because looking ahead towards 6 and 7, really, we start to see signs that things are going to be gradually fading and drying out. I don't think we're going to be completely dry. I'm not fully buying that. I think we'll still have some lingering showers and maybe even a couple of downpours left over. But generally speaking, we'll start to see a drier trend unfolding overnight, maybe just a couple of hit and miss downpours. So for today, 70% chance of rain, a high near 90 degrees. Yesterday, we only made it to 89, which it's been a while since we've been only in the 80s for highs, so that was a nice change. But we did have some showers, some lingering clouds, what we call cloud debris. That's where we have some leftover clouds or clouds associated with some showers and storms just in and around the vicinity. That's what we had yesterday, and even some sprinkles. The sun actually did come out in my house for a little while yesterday, but today we'll kind of see a similar setup in that way. We'll see things kind of the main round move through, giving way to lighter rain or even just some steady dry time or maybe a little bit of clearing, but high near 90 degrees again today, bottom line. 91 in DeLand to Sanford, a 92 maybe in Palm Coast, where I do think it's going to be a little drier up that way, a 91 in Ocala, maybe even only 88 in the Villages today. So this is going to be a little below normal. Our average high is 92, so we're going to feel a little bit better today. It's kind of the silver lining of this forecast as a whole, the fact that we're going to feel a little bit better temperature-wise, although it's still incredibly muggy and really balmy outside. You can feel it. There's some moisture. When we have a southwesterly flow, usually that means we're going to see a pretty good amount of moisture filtering in. And through the weekend, we thought this pattern would maybe break down a little bit, and we're going to see the front continue to try and sink south. That's helping to spark some of these showers and storms, but we're still going to be seeing a dominant southwesterly flow, meaning it's still going to be pretty humid. We'll likely have, though, a bit more of a sea breeze influence at times over the weekend, so that could help to create more of these showers and storms, a little heavier rain at times too, but that's going to be the overall setup for this weekend. Next week is when we start to heat things up a little more, closer to the middle 90s for highs, as we see more of this typical afternoon downpour setup. This is what we would normally see during the rainy season, so back down to about a 50 and 40% chance of rain. But when it comes to high temperatures, still looking pretty hot. We're kind of back to the schedule of as usual. Unfortunately, I don't like saying that, but it is going to turn a little hotter, more humid, with not quite as rainy of a setup for next week. Much more of the sea breeze driven showers and storms on the way.
To be expected at this point of the summer.
Totally. This is, again, the hottest stretch we usually see this time of year, but usually we have more of it's been a little bit of an unusual rainy season where it's, like last year, I remember like clockwork, we could set our watches to the afternoon showers and storms just about each and every day. This year, it's been a little more few and far between, but I think we still have time to make up for that.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And let me give you a live look. Actually, this is not a live look, but this is Walter. This is my dog. He is a mutt, and it is National Mutt Day. And so we want you to send us the pictures of your mutt. Send us your mutt pics. You can send them in by going to fox35orlando.com/share. You can also scan the QR code that you see right there. We want to see your mutts. So Mutt Day, National Mutt Day, celebrated twice a year, including on July 31st, which is today. What's that? Okay. So that is today. So we want you to send us your mutts. This is Walter Peanut. He is my dog, just to give you a little bit of backstory here. We got him from a rescue in Lexington, Kentucky. His name was Peanut at the shelter. We wanted to change his name to Walter, so we kept Peanut as his middle name. And so he is now known to the world as Walter Peanut. So that is the Walter Peanut lore on this National Mutt Day. He's a hound mix of some sort. There you see Walter Peanut, Garrett's dog. We want to see your dog. Send us the pictures. I want your mutt photos today. Things are going off the rails here on Fox 35 News Plus on this Friday, but send us your pictures and we will show them today over the next 4 hours as we continue our live streaming news coverage. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me get you live right now to Camp David, where President Trump's speaking as he hosts a cabinet meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Before rampant crime, men and women sports, transgender mutilization of your children, and chaos and bedlam all over the world. Other than that, they did quite a good job. In less than 18 months, we've turned around 4 years of disaster, and we now have the strongest in history. We went from the worst border I've seen in any country. 5 million people came through in 4 years, and these are people that, in many cases, you don't want. There were murderers, there were drug dealers, there were people that you do not want. Now we have the strongest border in American history, and for the last 15 months, the report just came out again. We've had no people coming in through our southern border, zero. And it's almost hard to say because you'd say, is that even possible? They had 25 million people came in. We have no people coming in illegally through our southern border. And that's in history, so think of that zero, a big beautiful zero. The murder rate saw its single largest drop ever recorded to the lowest in 125 years. That goes back to, think of it, it goes back to 1900, lowest murder rate in the history of our country. So that's something. Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants, and I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota. This month it was announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. Walmart, Sam's Club, Giant Eagle, and others are slashing prices by hundreds of grocery stores, and all of the stores, I mean, throughout the country, they're slashing prices. Something for a long time since my last administration. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election. That means all-time record highs, 73 days out of a very short period of time. And the typical 401k is up by more than $30,000. And when you think of that, if you add another $1,000 to it, it will be, we set the record in the last administration, a record still standing. This administration is going to blow my last administration away. When the factories that we're building at record, and we're not building them, all over the world they're building. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Germany with the cars. They're coming from Germany, they're coming from Japan, South Korea, Canada, from all over the world. They're building auto plants here because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. The tariffs have made our country rich and successful. And all of this, I mean, I'd like to say it was the election. On November 5th, it was the election, and that's fine. But without the election, you wouldn't have what I've done economically. So we have the most successful environment that we've ever had. There's never been anything like it from the standpoint of investment into our country. It's 5 to 6 times higher than anybody has ever seen, than any other country, not just us, has ever had. On July 4th, we launched Trump Accounts, a key provision of our great, big, beautiful bill. And these tax-free investment savings accounts have already been activated by over 7 million children. These are investments made in our future, which is our children. Our children are the most important aspect of our future, with more being added each day. So it's a tremendous hit, over 7 million, and really just got going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was, we got the final approvals. And we have over 7 million. Actually, there's never been anything quite like that. But millions of accounts are pre-funded with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury, or generous gifts from private donors like Michael and Susan Dell and others who have given billions of dollars, billions. People are putting up hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into it and buying really a great future for children. When they turn 18 or when they turn 21, instead of having no hope, no future, they will end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars and maybe even more than that. So it's going to be something to see. With modest additional contributions, they'll grow by numbers that could be over $200,000. We're looking at the timeline. I wish we had an economy like we have now, with the stock markets going up, but they will benefit by our country being successful. And we're going to give every child a head start on the American dream. So go to trumpaccounts.gov. They're really something. The whole world's talking about it, and it's far ahead of schedule. Nobody thought it would be as successful as it's been. It should be. It should be. And we start them off with $1,000, and this was part of the great, big, beautiful bill. With my most favored nation policy, you could say this is even a bigger thing, if that's possible. On drug prices, we're achieving record discounts on prescription drugs. The prescription drugs were going through the roof for many years, and now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we had the highest prices anywhere in the world by far. Most expensive drugs, prescription drugs, and others. The highest in the world. The whole world was laughing at us. We paid for the rest of the world. We subsidized the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that. And I started it in the first administration. I took it up. Obviously, Biden wasn't able to do anything about it because you had to get the consent of the drug companies, and you had to get the consent. More difficult would be the consent of other nations. The other nations had to agree, but they were paying a fraction, sometimes 10%, 20%, 40%, 70% less. So I had to call them and I had to get them on, and I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to charge you tariffs. And they all said no at first, very politely said, sir, we can't do that. We're not going to double our prices. They had to double their prices, and in some cases triple their price, and we would come down. So a pill that sold for $10 in Germany would sell for $130 in New York. Same pill from the same company, the same factory, the same plant, the same laboratory, from $10, and we pay $130. I say, no. Now the world is a bigger place, so it's not as bad as it sounds for them. So they went up to 20, and we came down to 20. So we now have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We're tied with the lowest, but we're basically its favored nation. So we have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now, what that does for your health care, I mean, I see these fake polls where the Democrats have wonderful numbers on this stuff, and they are horrible, what they've done. Obamacare is a total disaster. It's a costly wreck. It's unaffordable. We call it the Unaffordable Care Act. It's a disgrace. They never even thought of being able to do something like this. They didn't even try. They didn't even try. So I got the drug companies first, and then I got the countries. And the drug companies agreed because they knew the countries wouldn't agree. And when I called Germany, France, when I called the UK, when I called all of these countries, I said, you got to do it. It's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you're paying for the same drug. You can't do this. And they said, well, we're not going to do that because we're going to have to double our price in order to make you happy. I said, no, maybe you're going to have to triple your price. They said, well, we can't do it. I said, that's all right. If you can't do it, then I can't do something also. And I'm going to charge you very substantial tariffs, which are far more than we're talking about. And they all said, we'd love to do it. We would love to do it. It would be our great honor to do it. So nobody else would do this. This would have never happened. So your drug prices have gone down by numbers not even thinkable. My first term, I had the privilege of having lower drug prices from the beginning of the year till the end for the first time in 28 years, you remember. And I called a news conference to announce it. So the year had ended, and I was turned out 1/8 of a percent. 1/8 of a percent, little tiny this much. It went down that much during 1 year. First time in 28 years it went down. It was always like this, just up, more expensive. And I called a news conference. I was so proud of myself, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, the first time in 28 years drug prices have gone down from January till the end of December. And I want to just congratulate everybody for being a part of this wonderful experiment. And 1/8 of a point. Now we're talking about 400, 500, 600% coming down. We pay the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. So, and I'll say it again and again because the press doesn't want to report it. The fake news doesn't want to report it. They don't want to talk about it. What that does for healthcare, Bobby, is unbelievable because medicine's a big part of healthcare. So I wish that people would understand that, and I hope they're going to vote for us in the midterms because you'll see some stuff that will be horrible because they can blow it very fast if they don't know what they're doing. So your drug prices are great. You know, I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected, except worse. Much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do. But we didn't have that, forget it. But we have the safest border in the world. If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. And when I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David. And I say, that's going to be a talking point for the midterms, because when you look at what happened to Spain, they don't know what to do. And it's happening again today. They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak law, bad management, but very liberal law. They passed a couple of laws, and people read. You know, people are smart. They read from other countries, and they swam that 3-mile swim or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. That will look good compared to what's going to happen to the United States. The biggest thing, the worst thing that Biden did is allowing 25 million people into our country, because many of those people are criminals. They're murderers. A lot of murder. 11,888. A lot of them are gone now. We got them out. But they allowed people to come into this country that you can't allow to come into a country. We're also making an unprecedented investment in the United States Armed Forces, where we're doing great. And we rebuilt the armed forces. We rebuilt our military in my first term, but we are doing great with our military. They spent a lot of money in our military. They gave away $300 billion worth of ammo and everything else in Biden's term, but we're building it up fast, and we just have a great military. That's all there is to it. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term with Venezuela and other places, and Iran now. Iran is doing very poorly, just in case you read incorrect stories. They're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. They've been very dishonest. They've been very dishonorable to deal with, but that makes no difference. They're doing very, very poorly. We're also making that investment and looking forward to getting, Pete, $1.5 trillion next year. And people see now how important it is. We want to keep a safe country. We have to keep a safe country. And the good news is all of that equipment is made in the USA. So we're making it here. It's jobs. And each one of our defense groups are building literally at least 4 new massive plants as we speak, because we want them to move faster. We have the best equipment in the world, but we want them to move faster. We don't want to wait a year or a year and a half. We want to wait a week, maybe. So that's happening, and I think the results are very good. They're building at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we've had tremendous success, and our military was just proud of it. Again, Venezuela was a one-day war, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're partners with Venezuela now, taking out tens of millions of barrels of oil, and going to Houston, going to Alaska, going to Louisiana, going to different places for refineries, and it's been very much amazing. The administration has done more in 18 months than most administrations have done in 8 years if you had a 2-termer. We've done more in 18 months than anyone's ever seen before. Nobody's ever seen. This is the golden age of America. And we have a war that's going on. I guess you call it a war. Maybe I call it a military operation, because they have no Navy. It's been obliterated. Their Air Force has been obliterated. They have no planes. Their missiles have been largely, they have some left. They have some, but they have far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. The drone capacity is almost gone. There are very few, but they have some. If they have one, that's too many as far as I'm concerned. But we've done an amazing job with Venezuela. We've done an amazing job here. We're in there for 5 months. You know, I know people like to say, because we've done a much bigger job, much more important job than we originally anticipated. So we're in there for 5 months, and if you look at Vietnam, they were in there for 20 years. You look at Afghanistan, they were in there for many years. You look at any one of the wars, Korea, any one of them, they're in there for many years. We're in for 5 months, and we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left. So I just want to thank everybody around this table. You've been very special. I want to thank a lot of the media people, because many of you have been very, very fair and that's one of the reasons you're here, frankly. But you've been very fair. You've covered me this time much more fairly, I think, than the first term. The first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words, followed by Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, J.D.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I'm going to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team, from Kelly Loeffler at SBA to Doug at the VA to Todd and Bobby Kennedy. This really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the President's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard, once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back, but stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 of $1 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims. So to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid, and that program ensures that low-income moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion poorer because of the fraud that this country has let go on. But I actually think most importantly is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the health care that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year, but we're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve to have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed it.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know who Elliot? They look like that group of people you have lined up behind you. They're doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Billions, think of not millions, billions of dollars is being covered, billions. And you haven't seen anything yet. We have things happening that people aren't going to believe. The level of corruption and fraud that took place under the Biden administration was unprecedented. And Minnesota, California, Maine, believe it or not. You know, you think of Maine as this wonderful place.
Yep.
It's the level of corruption is incredible all over the place. So, great job. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, please.
Oh, my turn. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing us out here. I got the chance to drive for the first time in a year and a half, which is the golf cart, but it was fun. That was great. And so just a couple points that we all know. We followed in the news, obviously, the events in the Middle East, and others here talk about that. Not that they're not important, but there's some other issues happening around the world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. And what that literally means in the future is that American servicemen, political leaders, and others could find themselves under indictment by this International Criminal Court. If you want to know a little bit about it, Jack Smith used to work there. These are the people that think they can go out and basically indict any world leader and haul them into The Hague. So we tried to get them to reform and listen to us. They wouldn't do it. They're very arrogant. We've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
By the way, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. But just so you know, because she's talking about it, I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at that way. But there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
That's right. Well, and I actually think the people who are in biggest danger in our system are servicemen, people in uniform, that they'll try to go out for the rest of their lives, will not be able to travel anywhere in the world with their families because they can be arrested on one of these. Imagine, again, you're a soldier, you fought in a war, and 20 years later they try to come grab you. So this is a big problem. So we've had dozens of countries already join us in this effort. Since we started 2 weeks ago, 5 countries have already quit the ICC and notified them that they're leaving, and we think there'll be more. The second thing is we had an unprecedented ministerial. 60 countries came to Washington, and we're a part of an effort where we were shedding light on far-left terrorism and violence. You know, the bomb goes off somewhere and it's tied to some right-wing group, or what I don't consider neo-Nazis right-wing, I consider them Nazis, right? But you're going to get a lot of attention on that. But if it's a leftist group, an Antifa group, that gets no coverage, or they ignore the ideological spin and the ideological reason behind it. So we got 60 countries came up here and hopefully creating a strong to go after far-left violent terrorism, and go after it, call it by name, and I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President, as you know, in the diplomatic front. The deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think that was the first visit by a Lebanese president in over 30 some odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build on. But it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people thought would never happen. It needs to happen, but the fact they've even agreed to it is a real achievable. Last point is on the Western Hemisphere. For the first time in 15, 20 years, the overwhelming majority of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are now led by pro-American leaders and pro-American governments. It's an extraordinary achievement. All of it happening through virtually every election that's happened in the Western Hemisphere. You were elected president, has elected someone who is American. And I think this is an incredible situation. And last but not least, and I have to thank a number of agencies here, particularly the Department of War, after that terrible earthquake in Venezuela, within 36 hours, the full force of the American government was on the ground providing humanitarian assistance. It was a sight to behold. The USS Ford, I think, was in their port. Our Marines and armed service personnel were helping run their airport and their tower. It is one of the fastest, most dramatic, the most effective humanitarian responses, certainly in recent history, if not ever. And they came at the direction of the president. In fact, within an hour of that earthquake hitting, I remember because I was overseas, the president called and said, make sure we go in there and help these people recover from this. And we did. And thanks to your leadership, Mr. President. It's a great story. Enough needs to be told about it because the credit goes to so many agencies represented here today, but really the Department of War's effort was phenomenal. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Marco. And just before we continue, I want to just congratulate Jay Clayton. He's with us today, as you know. He just had a big victory. He's going to do a fantastic job. He's only done his whole life has been about doing a fantastic job. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's an honor for the War Department to help run this facility. Also, from the food to the fence line, it's an honor to have you. And it's great Americans here and all around the country and all around the world who are the core of what keep us safe. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that's willing to put them in a position to do it. And that's my takeaway, Mr. President, is. Sort of 3 points. 1, it takes courage. 2, it takes restoring a spirit, which you have done. And 3rd, it takes investment, and not just an investment, but a generational investment. And I think people miss that. The courage it takes to seal the border, to say we're going to do it, and we're going to do it every single day, and we're going to do it on behalf of the American people. The courage to bomb the Houthis and say we will maintain freedom of navigation. You wonder why they're not involved in this conflict, the Houthis, even though they're a proxy of Iran, because they've felt the weight of American power for 45 days, and you had the courage to do that. The courage to do Midnight Hammer, conclude the 12-day war by obliterating their nuclear sites, something other presidents had the option on their table to do, but they never pulled the trigger because of the complications, because of the challenges, because of the risk. Courage. The courage to take on the cartels and drug boats, and now forming the ACCC, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, with all those friendly governments that Marco talked about who want to be shoulder to shoulder, not just with America, but with a bold, strong America with clear leadership. The courage to go get Maduro in the most heavily guarded house, inside the most heavily guarded fort, inside the most heavily guarded town in their capital city in the middle of the night, and change the entire dynamic of that country and that region. And the world saw what the American military was capable to do. But that doesn't happen unless a commander-in-chief says you're authorized to do it, and will take the handcuffs off when you do it to ensure that Americans come home. The courage to undertake Epic Fury and this Iranian regime and ensure they never have a nuclear weapon, which remains your commitment, and frankly, the courage to negotiate with people that have shown no willingness to do so honestly, with incredible negotiators who are the best in the world, and give them every opportunity to do it, give those things up peacefully. All of that takes guts. But that comes on the backs of a change in the spirit of our department. You talk about spirit all the time, and you're right to do so. When you rip out DEI, when you rip out social engineering and social justice, and you put in merit, and then you untie the hands of commanders to be commanders, to enforce discipline and accountability, to get back to basics, then you get historic reenlistment inside our ranks. Our best people, Mr. President, are staying because they want to be in that kind of department. And then historic recruitment record amongst young Americans. Every month, our department breaks records. And when did that trend line start? On Election Day, 2024, when the American people said, I want to serve under this president. And that new name, the Department of War, has become the ethos, the warrior ethos of our department. Again, spirit. And I will note, the flyovers will indeed continue until morale improves. But that's also spirit. Parades, 250, flyovers, the American people seeing and feeling their military in ways they have not in the past. That's spirit. And then finally, Mr. President, a generational investment. You rebuilt the military in your first term, and you've spent in your first year $1 trillion, and now we are committed in working with Congress to get $1.5 trillion. But this is not the same way we funded our department in the past. This is a businessman in charge. This is a deputy secretary of our department who's a turnaround guy, just like the president is, saying we will not fund money, we will not fund the department the way we have in the past. In fact, so far, $75 billion in private investment from defense companies who are now investing in new plants, new equipment, new assembly lines to build the munitions of the future faster than ever possible. That's saving taxpayer dollars because the companies themselves are investing. That would never, the arsenal of freedom would never happen without you. So just like, we use a lot of the things Ronald Reagan's buildup was a part of, in this administration and in future administrations, they will look back at Donald Trump and the buildup that he has done, and that will be, the deterrence of the future will be established because of your investment. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Scott?
We've now heard comments from the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of War. If you'd like to continue watching the presidential cabinet meeting that's happening live right now on Camp David, at Camp David, just scan the QR code that you see on your screen. That will take you to Live Now, where they are continuing coverage of that cabinet meeting. We're getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to switch gears a little bit. We'll check back in with the Fox 35 Care Force at Walmart on East Colonial for the Backpack Brigade. Talk about a number of other things happening here across Central Florida today. So don't go anywhere. We are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. It is just after noon, and you're joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook right now. We have been listening into the Trump cabinet meeting. If you want to keep watching that, you can scan that QR code that you see right there. But we want to check back in with the Fox 35 Care Force, joining us live from Walmart on East Colonial Drive in Orlando, where today is our Backpack Brigade. Folks, so many of you out there have donated money, have donated school supplies, and it is just awesome seeing the outpouring of support. So we're going to check back in with Fox 35's Marley Capper, who joins us live now. And Marley, I know it is just so cool seeing so many people showing support out there today.
Garrett, good morning. It's so amazing, just the amount of support, the amount of people that have come out today to say hi, even if they're donating just a pack of pencils or one 25-cent folder, that truly can make a difference in the lives of so many kids and their families. It's tough right now. The economy's tough, inflation's gone up, and the prices of school stuff has also gone up. So it doesn't balance out, but yet we're seeing hundreds of our community members supporting. I mean, take a look at the bin here. This is all full of backpacks, binders, notebooks, you name it. We have the whole Fox 35 squad out here. We have Lauren, we have Jessica and Brooks. How are you guys doing?
Great. Amazing. We're very happy to be here, very excited.
Can you give us a quick weather report? So if someone's at home and they're like, I don't really want to drive, it's hot out, or they're looking to come down.
Cloudy. It's partly cloudy. I just looked.
So it's good donation conditions?
Absolutely. It's a tinge hot outside, but we're inside in the AC, so it's great. And we're having
like 72. What do you think inside?
It's about 72 and a half, 73.
Like 92, probably.
Yeah. Inside, in the AC.
Inside. Oh, inside. Yeah.
I wanted to give them a Walmart, forecast so that they can say, oh, let's beat the heat inside. I love it. Okay, you just got here. I know that you're excited to volunteer. Jessica and Brooks just got here as well. Brooks, let's just start with you.
Absolutely.
You are a parent, so you see directly the impacts that buying stuff and how expensive it is. So when you've seen all these parents come up to you and give like so much stuff, what does it mean to you as a dad?
I mean, it means everything. We're talking about the foundation of our future community, and this is how you build that house. You have a solid foundation. This really does help. This goes directly to the kids. It's not going to some unnamed organization in the ether. It's going right into our community. So what you donate today will be on the school desks of these kids in 2 weeks. School starts in just a couple of weeks. And as a parent, I can vouch, it is extremely expensive to do back to school shopping. And sometimes in life there are some interruptions, and with inflation, everything's even more expensive now.
Right.
This helps so much, and the generosity of parents who have one person came in, she had 6 kids. She must have spent $200 on school supplies for other kids, and that is just so touching. And we were talking about this earlier. In news, we often report on maybe stores that aren't so great, and you don't really hear about the good stores. But when you see the universal generosity and the real heart in the community, it really is reaffirming.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful.
It really is. It's like
touching.
There's still good people out there. There's still people that care. Let's show off some of the things that have already been donated. This is a backpack that has a water bottle, which is such a sweet touch.
It's such a sweet touch because it's such a personal item. And I mean, this will be like the best friend for a little girl.
I know. And like the whole backpack is full. Lauren, okay, what's in here?
It's heavy. We've got a lot of notebooks in here, some folders.
I love it.
Kids go through these like crazy.
Literally crazy. And we just got a donation from a woman that says she's on Social Security, doesn't have much to give, but she still gave like really good quality stuff. Maybe pull some stuff out, Jess, and tell what's in here.
No, and I think it's important to say you don't have to donate a lot. Right. Even something small can help kids. Like everything helps, and I think that's really important to take away. People have been really, really generous. Like things are the really pretty folders too. And I feel like with school, like the type of stuff you got when you were in school it was like how you showed your personality, and that's how you kind of expressed yourself. And so I think it's really cool that people are going all out.
Right. And we don't want any kid to feel like that they can't start their school year right. We want to make sure that they have everything they need. Even a woman, Melinda, just gave us a gift card for $15. And I want to tell everybody that if you can't make it physically, we have a QR code. So if Garrett can put it on the screen for you guys, scan the QR code. Every single dollar you donate gets quadrupled. It was tripled earlier, and now another generous donation said we're going to go ahead and keep matching. So this $15 is going to turn into, what's 15 times 4, somebody? I'm bad at math. We all get paid to thank you. We all get paid to talk. I'm like, I don't do math, Garrett. 60, but $60.
That's 60. I mean, that's a lot of money. That will buy a lot of things for kids.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And we just got a brand new donation now coming in. A bunch of notebooks.
I love it.
And also crayons and markers and also the good crayons. This is really very nice. Parents know what I'm talking about.
Crayons are only like 62 cents. Hey, you said it's sunny out. It started raining. I'm going to point that out. I'm going to call Brooks out.
Well, that's Florida for you. It's raining on this side of the parking lot, not on that side.
You know what? Over here by our doors, they're covered. So come inside, beat the heat, beat the rain. And we have, are you donating? What's your name?
Aura. My name
beautiful
is Aura.
name.
Sorry.
No, beautiful name. What made you want to donate?
I'm sorry, my English is very,
That's
very
okay.
bad.
In Espanol. In Espanol, why do you donate?
What?
In Espanol, why did you want to donate?
Ah, que la donación. Ah, bueno, que vi que están haciendo esa actividad y me pareció muy bonito que estén unidos y bueno, quise colaborar.
Thank you. She wanted to be a part of the community and donate to the students in the community. So thank you so much. Yeah, right here. Here is perfect. Muy bien, gracias. Thank you. Get some gifts.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love it. It's so special to see the whole community come out. I ambushed her there, but thankfully my photographer speaks Spanish and I was able to understand. So we're able to talk to people that are donating. I absolutely love it. Okay, you guys, we are here till 3 p.m. So please, our goal is to fill up this blue bin. So if you're watching right now and you have the capability to donate even $1, it gets turned into 4. If you can come down and get even one folder for 25 cents, we would love to see this bin filled up. And look, we will give you a gift. We have lots of merch, lots of Fox 35 stuff. Thank you for your donation. This is a huge pack of pencils, you guys. This is like for a whole classroom worth of pencils that we now get to get a little bit closer. So we're hoping that we can fill it up. Okay, any last minute words from my teammates here, please, for people to come down and support?
We're excited. It's my first backpacker day, so I'm excited to meet everyone.
Yeah. I love it, Jess.
It's so easy to make a difference. Truly, every little bit makes a huge difference. So it's easy.
Okay, what's your plea to parents?
My plea to parents is if you can, donate. I'm about to do the exact same thing. I'm wrapping up my shift here on TV. I'm going to go get some goodies here and drop them off before I head home. And I just want to say it is so fun to meet everybody as well.
We've been having so much fun.
They watch every morning, and it's just awesome to put a face to a name. Sometimes regular contributors come by and say, "Hey, I'm so and so," and it's just been really awesome. But it's really inspiring and it's touching. I think you said it best. It's a simple term, but it really is touching, and we'd love to see you.
Thank you so much. And this is truly the best part of our jobs, is getting to meet you guys, getting to meet your little ones. We've had 7 and 8-year-olds come and donate and say we want to help other kids, and that just means so much. Look at all of these girls who are helping right now. They're volunteering their time. Wave, say hi. They're helping Norma. What's your name?
Callie.
Callie, what's your name?
Isabella.
Isabella. And why did you want to help out today?
Because it's really fun. I really like having this.
I really like having you here too, and thank you for helping Norma. They are putting together all of the goodie bags. So as a thank you to you viewers for donating, we want to make sure that we take care of you as well. Garrett, we're having so much fun. We love the chaos. We love trying to talk to all the people. And again, we really hope that you guys will come out here, say hi, and make some donations. We'll send them back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Marley. Looks like y'all are having a great time, and bit by bit, we are filling up that blue bin. You can get involved too. Here's all the details, what you need to know, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So still several more hours that we'll be out there. 11250 East Colonial Drive, the Walmart there, not far from UCF's campus. If you can't make it out there today, scan that QR code that you see right now. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Happy National Mutt Day, and on this day, I want your mutt photos. How did that work out? Like I said, kind of going off the rails on this Friday, but we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It's National Mutt Day. We've been asking for your mutt photos. Send them in. Go to fox35orlando.com/share. You can also scan that QR code. You can tell I'm not a meteorologist right there. Scan the QR code, point your smartphone at it. We have a number of submissions already, so I want to see who we've got, and we'll introduce you to some of the mutts here around Central Florida. And of course, we say mutts very lovingly. I have a mutt of my own. I showed him to you earlier. I also tweeted out a picture of him. If you follow me at GarrettFox35, you can see that there. So let's take a look at who we've got so far. Looks like Timothy Seavey sent in this picture. This is Goldie. Got her from a shelter a little over a year ago. She's a mix, I think, also with some type of hound, because she loves to chase animals, but she is a super girl. She is beautiful. This photo taken at Timothy's summer home in Maine. Absolutely beautiful. It looks like Noemi Nesbitt sending a mutt photo of Luke. What a beautiful dog there. This is in Wildwood. This photo taken back in June, and Noemi says, Luke loves car rides. That is certainly helpful when they like those car rides. Mine does not like car rides, and it is hard to take him anywhere. That is for sure. All right, let's see who we have next here. Oh my goodness. This is Prince. I know this one. This is Prince. He belongs to Rachel, our managing editor here. He is an old boy, a little bit grumpy sometimes, but he is certainly a good one. And what a beautiful photo of him taking a little nap there, and has the bandana on as well. He is certainly a good boy. Lots of good boys and girls out there on this National Mutt Day, and we want to see yours. Send in those pictures. Here's one. This one's from Charlotte saying, here, I don't see that we have a name for him, but he was at a polo game. How cool is that? Looking like he's enjoying it. A great smile on that dog. Lola Chanel Rosario. This is from Isaiah sending in. You know what? In Florida, it looks like you have to have some sort of rain jacket so you can get those walks. Isaiah living in Titusville there, and sending us Lola Chanel Rosario. What a beautiful pup. I think we've got a few more here as well that we can check out. Here's Luke, another one of Luke. Example of how he loves car rides. Noemi, thanks for sending this one in. He looks like he's inside the car there. Maybe had just gotten freshly groomed as well, with his bandana on. Looking good there in Wildwood. And again, send in your photos so we can say lock screen. Having your dog. Who else has their dogs on their lock screen? I know I do. That is for sure. This is a beautiful photo from Deborah in Merritt Island. Her pup there. I don't see that we have a name there, but what a beautiful dog. Really just posing for the photo. Very photogenic in that one. And another photo here in front of the butterfly bench. What a very good dog. And again, so photogenic. I love when it looks like they're posing for us out there. This one's from George in Winter Garden. Back at Christmas time, you can see another pretty pup right in front of the Christmas tree. Speaking of posing, that is not easy to get a good picture in front of the Christmas tree, that's for sure, without them knocking it over. But here's another great picture. Oh my goodness, what a sweet looking dog there. It is National Mutt Day. We say that, of course, very lovingly. So many good dogs out there, including this one. This one's Hope, and how appropriate of a name. She was found abandoned and was rescued. This is from Liz Rader in Umatilla. And you can tell that Hope is enjoying her new life with her new family. I tell you what, I really do think rescue dogs are appreciative of the life that they now live. Betty Joe, Lake Griffin State Park, sending us this picture of Stella. It looks to be a very beautiful German Shepherd. Look at those ears just standing straight up there. What a beautiful dog. So many good pictures that y'all have been sending us. Keep sending those in, please. Go to fox35orlando.com/share. or scan the QR code that you see right now. This is our last one that we've got right now. Toby, being a good girl on vacation, sitting on the porch there, maybe enjoying watching the rainfall. This is from Jay Dingman in Cocoa. Jay, thanks for sending us this. You know what? I like sitting on the porch watching the rainfall too, and there is no better way to do that than with a dog by your side. Y'all were doing it right on vacation right there. So again, National Mutt Day, continue to send in those pictures. We love seeing that, and we want to see more. So we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Want to get you back to Camp David, where President Trump is now taking questions from reporters at this cabinet meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That equipment, and when you don't, you know, the equipment, the shots miss, the safety misses, or the accuracy misses. We have unbelievable people. Think of it. We had 111 at one point a couple of months ago. 111 over a short period of time. Missiles were shot at the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Great, beautiful ship. One of the most beautiful ships to me, design-wise. 111 missiles going out. Out of the 111 missiles, 111 missiles were shot down quite a bit earlier than they got. I mean, long before they got there. They were shot down. It was almost, in a couple of cases, they were shot down almost as they were taking off. It's incredible technology. So you have a ship that costs billions of dollars, and you have missiles heading to it. 111 missiles were shot down, routinely shot down. And I spoke to the people. I like to reward people. I call them up. I'm the president. And they were cool as a cucumber.
Mr. President, the last weeks of strikes by CENTCOM has said that those were meant to degrade Iran's ability to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz.
And
how many more strikes will it take to significantly?
Well, you never know. Look, I mean, most people would have given up by now. You know, they've got no Navy, they got no Air Force. So most people would have given up. They haven't. So I give them credit for that. I mean, they're known as being tough. They're tough.
Back on Ukraine, what did you tell President Zelensky about the Patriots? Did you explain all that to him?
I did. I spoke to him about Patriots. I spoke to him about Tomahawks. I spoke to him about everything. I also spoke to him about let's get this war over with. So last month they had 25,000 people. It's averaging about 25,000 people a month die. Mostly soldiers. Almost entirely, but missiles are hitting areas also, but mostly soldiers. They had 25,000 soldiers. The month before that, it was 32,000 soldiers. I said, you got to get this war over with. I think he wants to make a deal, and I think Putin wants to make a deal. But there's a lot of dislike, as you probably noticed.
He seems very reluctant to make concessions, President Putin.
Well, nobody wants to make concessions, but they're both going to have to make some concessions. I mean, they got to make a deal. 25,000 young, beautiful people, soldiers, mostly soldiers, are dying a month. It's, I ended 8 wars. That was the war I thought would maybe go first. And it really hasn't. It's gone less. I mean, I ended wars that were, in theory, much more difficult to end. We had a couple that were into the 30-year category. Well, the Congo, look at the Congo and Rwanda. That was our nasty war. And peace, I don't know how long that one's going to stay, but we ended India, Pakistan. 11 planes were shot down. That was raging. That was good. I used tariffs. I said, if you're going to go to war, 250% tariff to each of them. And they screamed and yelled and were very angry. They were both angry about it. And a day later they called and they said, we will not go to war. I mean, I ended up, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan said I saved 50 million lives. Because that's 2 nuclear powers, serious nuclear powers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Can you rule out that Iran is behind the water attacks? Can you rule out that Iran is behind that cyber attack?
I don't. No, I think that Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together. It's one of the worst run states. JD will tell you. He found tremendous corruption in Minnesota. Yes, sir. And by the way, just gave me a report. Massive future things having to do with corruption in Minnesota are happening right now. Thank you.
Have you talked to Senator Fetterman about the Thank you, guys. Thank you.
President Trump wrapping up after taking some questions at the cabinet meeting. You see him joined by many of his cabinet secretaries. Again, they are at Camp David, the presidential retreat for this cabinet meeting. As I understand it, the first televised cabinet meeting that has been held at Camp David. And so that is wrapping up. We heard from, we took live earlier on Fox 35 News Plus several of the secretaries, cabinet secretaries who were speaking at that meeting. We also heard from a number of others that we did not take live. But then the president taking questions about a number of things, conflicts that we're involved in, and a number of other things as well. So you heard from the president today, heading into a working weekend at Camp David. We're going to take another quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. You can see some sun, you can see some clouds, you can see some rain. That is basically the weather story out there today on this Friday. We head a little bit deeper into the afternoon, 12:30 now. Live right here from Fox 35 Orlando. We appreciate you joining us. Let me give you a live look at the radar too, where you can see some of those showers and storms moving around the region. That is certainly something that we can expect to see as the afternoon wears on. Again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. And as we also head into the weekend, a lot of things going on that you might want to check out. Time for our Community Crossroads with our friends Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from U-Nation.
So Circus and Sips this weekend is happening at Boxy Park in Lake Nona. So it is happening all weekend long. So if you're like, oh no, I have plans Friday, but I want to go on Saturday, guess what? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the events are happening. So tonight there's going to be live music happening at Boxy Park, but the big stuff happens Saturday and Sunday. So not only will there be live music all weekend long, but they're also going to have a caricature artist, jugglers, and a petting zoo on Saturday. All that kicks off at 1 p.m. This is the perfect family-friendly event, and yes, it's free to attend for the public. And then on Sunday, you guys are going to want to come back to Boxy Park because they have a bounce house that starts at 12 p.m. Again, perfect for those kiddos. Plus face painters, balloon artists that start at 1, and themed crafts happening throughout the afternoon. So this is a perfect place for mom and dad to show up, drop off the kids, let them have some fun while you guys go and enjoy the great food and specialties that Boxy Park has to offer. Might I recommend my favorite is I love to go and grab a drink like the margarita from La Cajita, and then Claw and Order is my favorite of their little food stalls. I always either get the lobster royale or the lobster mac and cheese. Lobster and summer just goes together, and this is such the perfect weekend to go and enjoy Boxy Park.
Where is Boxy Park?
It's in Lake Nona, right next to Lake Nona Town Center. So there's also free parking right there. So you can go park for free, enjoy the town center, and then walk on over to Boxy Park.
And then, Sarah, we also have a celebrity coming for a guest appearance of Into the Woods this weekend.
Look, this is a huge thing. If you're in the musical theater world, Jodie Benson, the queen herself, the voice of Ariel in The Little Mermaid, is, yes, starring in Into the Woods at Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center. It's going to be this weekend, Friday through Sunday, August 2nd from 7:30 usually are when the show times are happening, but they do have some matinee shows starting at 2 p.m. If you don't know about Into the Woods, this is one of my favorite musicals of all time. It takes you through a tale of like the classic characters like Little Red, the wolf, you have a baker and his wife. You're looking for an adventure in this musical where they have to find different items to undo a curse that the witch has unleashed on them. So Into the Woods is a really, really cool musical. If you've not seen it and you're looking for something that can be family friendly as well, this is a great musical. And you know, Jodie Benson's there, so you have to see it if you're into musical theater.
Did you see the Hadestown Pro Shot this week?
I did not, but I wonder if Ashley did.
I didn't, and I'm so mad that I didn't, but it's okay. I love Hadestown. I've seen it live like twice. So I feel like I have the experience.
It's still in. I did see Hadestown at Dr. Phillips, and it's what a great place to catch a musical, I will say.
It is absolutely
the hall is
beautiful.
It's stunning. I was going to say the hall is literally so gorgeous. They have great snacks too. You can get there early and kind of enjoy the area. And then after, if you're looking to grab some food, they actually have a jazz hall. You do need to make reservations, but you can grab some food and some drinks if you just want to hang out later in the night too after the show.
I do want to add a pro tip for Into the Woods that second act gets a little dark. So first act is happy ending. Second act gets a little dark. So if you haven't seen the show, haven't seen the movie, and you're bringing your kids, go in with that knowledge.
Do we need a parental guidance for the Claremont Summer Family Food Fest?
There are no parental guidances for the Claremont Summer Family Food Fest. The name is right there in the title. Family Food Fest. This event actually happens on the first Saturday of every month. They did not do it last month because it was too hot outside, but now we're entering still summer, but kind of transitioning to fall. So this August 1st on Saturday from 4 to 8 p.m. in the historic downtown district, right there on Montrose Street and 8th Street, they're having a huge food truck festival with local food vendors showing up. There's going to be live music performers and entertainment happening around. Again, family-friendly street festival vibe with a ton of activities for kids. Plus, it's pet-friendly, so bring your little furry friends and your furry kids as well. And it's a great walkable experience. Downtown Claremont, Sarah can agree with me here. It is absolutely beautiful, really great to get some steps in, get some movement in, explore, and parking is free. However, parking fills up fast. So if you want the best prime parking, definitely aim to get there early, closer to that 4 o'clock time frame. Later in the afternoon and evening it gets, parking's gonna be harder to find. You're gonna have to walk a little bit more.
What are some of the gems of downtown Claremont if people want to show up like real early to make sure they get that parking?
Sarah, that's your neck of the woods.
Okay, so I have a couple favorite spots. I'm gonna start with Seven Maid. That is one of my favorite coffee shops. They have literally the best syrups that they make in-house. Like, I've never had such great syrups to put in a latte, and I love the banana nut syrup. It's amazing. I actually made a dupe at my house recently just because I loved it so much and I was craving it. And then they have a couple great food halls. So if you're a picky eater or you have a family that eats different foods, they have a lot of different, they have 2 food halls down there that you can grab. And the vendors are constantly changing because they need more local support. So if you're looking to support these local businesses, please go down to the food halls. If you're planning on not eating at the food trucks or if you're visiting another day, they do need help. They have a lot of competition in downtown Claremont, but there's a lot of great spots that you just need to try, and there's just so many in that one area.
And something that y'all put on this week's segment that I've never really heard of, Resort Pass. What is this?
I love Resort Pass. Okay, I use this and I got to experience one of Orlando's nicest resort pools without having to pay that hefty price to stay at a hotel. You can buy a day pass to access their amenities at the hotel. If you don't want to stay overnight or you're like, I don't want to pay that hefty $400 when I live in Orlando and I can just drive myself home. So they have a pass for specifically locals, or maybe if you're vacationing and you're like, wow, I wanted to stay at a cheaper hotel, but I really wanted the amenities of this really nice pool. You're able to go and grab that pass and get into these pools. They have access to poolside bars, cabanas. You can buy extra on that app too. So I actually used it for a cabana and that was so nice. There was a TV in the cabana, snacks and drinks. It was so worth the day. You can also add on spa treatments. So maybe you're looking for a new spa to try, or you've always wanted to go to this hotel spa and you didn't know how to access it without staying there. You can buy a pass that includes the spa treatment too. And then of course with the spa treatment, you can use those resort amenities after, which is super cool and super unique. It's perfect for staycations and pool days and weekend escapes.
That sounds very fun. Also, if you're looking to get crafty, I see we have a summer stitch and sip on here.
For sure. Needlepoint has been coming back into a very trend forward, I don't know, hobby, I guess you would call it. And the Black Sheep Shop has introduced a new summer stitch and sip event. So they have these week events. They're happening all summer long, with the last 3 of these events happening this month in August. So August 4th, 11th, and 18th. And they're free to attend. Just bring the project that you're working on. And from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Black Sheep, you can come stitch, socialize with the community, sip their wine of the week. So we'll have a wine of the week for you to taste and just enjoy while you're needlepointing. You can also learn a ton of new stitches and just enjoy being in that community. If it's a new hobby you're picking up, you want to learn some new tricks and you just want to meet people in the community, it's a great third space to just be part of your community, guys. We also have other classes where you can learn different They also have different classes where you can learn different needle points and also finish a whole round needlepoint piece and create your own ornament with a professional who's going to walk through every single step of the way. So maybe if you're trying to get introduced to the hobby, they also have classes for you to just create and finish in one sitting. All tools we provided in these workshop classes. They have some happening this weekend and next weekend as well, with spots still opening up. These are a little bit more expensive because things will be provided. So those classes are $135, but again, you have everything provided and you have a professional walking you through and you in the class with your final product. But if you just want camaraderie, go to their summer stitch and sip classes.
Then if you're looking to get outside, maybe get in the water, where can you go?
If you're looking to go explore Florida's natural springs, we actually have a great one very local to Orlando. It's Kelly Park Rock Springs, and it only costs $3 to $5 per vehicle, depending on how many people you have in the vehicle, but that includes everyone in the car, so it's super budget friendly and super fun. My only recommendation is if you are gonna go, please go before the park opens and line up outside, as it is summer and it's at the end of summer where everyone's trying to get these last minute things in. It does get super packed at this park. It is so gorgeous and so worth it. Also bring a tube and water shoes. These are a must. If you go without water shoes, it is called Rock Springs. There are some like hard rocks in the water and you will scrape your feet. With the tube, you can float over the rocks and have no issue, and there's two sides to it. So it's Florida's natural lazy river on Rock Springs side. It literally carries you down to Kelly Park where there's a bigger opening where you can swim. So if you don't mind not doing the lazy river, if you don't have a tube or shoes, you can swim over there and hang out. You can cook out food. There's a playground outside. You can bring your own food and drinks, bring a speaker and hang out. Again, it does get packed, so if you don't mind the crowds, you don't mind people, this is a great spot. The water is the same temperature year round, around 72 degrees, so it is a little bit cold, and of course it is a natural spring, so that means that there's going to be wildlife like gators, birds, you might see snakes in the water, so just be prepared if you have those younger kids to keep an eye out on that. We had no issue. We didn't see any gators. We did see a super cute otter and a turtle, so that was so cute and so fun. But if you have yet to go out here, please go. The water's not super deep, but again, if you don't know how to swim, please be prepared. Bring a life jacket, a float, or something. Even with the water being pretty low, it can still have a risk for drowning. There are not lifeguards out there, so just be prepared. But visit this gorgeous spring if you have yet to do that.
All right, so Ashley, Sarah, where can people go if they want to find more things to do?
We gave you guys a ton of really great options for this weekend, but sometimes it's not enough and you want to discover more, maybe you want to learn more detail about anything we just mentioned. You guys can download the free YouNation app and get information about all these events and activities that we listed and more. Plus, if you guys want to follow us in more real time, you can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Awesome. Ashley Edwards, Sarah Barkley, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Johnny.
Thank you for having us.
And it is not too late to get in those mutt pictures. Happy National Mutt Day. Go to fox35orlando.com/share or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We want your mutt photos. Send them in. We already showed close to a dozen that y'all have sent us. We really appreciate it. Send in more. We want to see them. We want to share them as well as we celebrate this nice National Mutt Day holiday. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to come, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. You saw the QR code. In fact, I will pop it up here just for a minute. You can keep sending in those mutt pictures. We've gotten about a dozen more or so. Keep sending those in. We'll check back in with those coming up in a little bit and show you some more of those photos that you're sending in. We are loving seeing all of those, so keep them coming. Fox35Orlando.com/share. All right, let's talk a little news here. Congressman Byron Donalds is in Central Florida today, going to be in the Villages later today with Ashley Moody. We are also anticipating a live interview with them at a campaign stop coming up in our 2 o'clock hour. But Congressman Donalds was in Oviedo earlier today at Exolith Labs, where he made an announcement and unveiled what he is calling his Florida Space Race initiative. Essentially, a couple of things to keep Florida in the center and at the forefront of space operations, and that starts with bringing NASA headquarters from Washington, D.C. to Florida's Space Coast. And so that was one of the things that he talked about at this news conference, joined by a number of other officials as well, just a little bit ago.
Hey everybody, it's wonderful to see you all today. Always a great opportunity to come and greet the next governor of Florida and welcome him to Central Florida and here to UCF this morning. My name is Tyler Soroy. I'm the Majority Leader of the Florida House of Representatives, and it's a pleasure to be with you all today as our next governor announces his space race policies for the state of Florida. You know, space is incredibly important, commercial aerospace for Florida. We are the tip of the spear in terms of the nation's aerospace economy. We are the tip of the spear in terms of leading when it comes to cybersecurity and our national security. And I think what this plan is going to do is really set Florida apart from the other areas that we're up against, the other states, the other nations that are pursuing aerospace business. And I think what appeals most to me about this plan is the fact that it focuses on workforce, and that we have to understand that there are folks that design machinery and vehicles, but then you have folks that have to put those plans together, take those plans from paper and set them into motion. So it creates investment in things like welding, electrical work, manufacturing. These are absolute critical skills for our state to move forward and for us to advance commercial aerospace for the next decade, really is what this plan accomplishes. So the last thing I'll add is I saw an ad recently where Congressman Donalds was playing basketball with his sons. It was a great ad to see. I hope that you all got to see it as well. What I will say about this plan is it is a slam dunk for Florida for the next decade. I'm excited about it. Look forward to supporting it. Congressman, welcome. It's good to see you here today. I have the privilege this morning of introducing Linda Weatherman. She's the president and CEO of the Space Coast Economic Development Commission. She's someone with a long history and depth of knowledge when it comes to commercial aerospace, really responsible in many ways for moving Brevard County, Central Florida, the entire state of Florida, out of the space shuttle transition into the new future of commercial aerospace in our state. Linda, very grateful to see you today. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Yeah, I think so. There we go. Thank you. Thank you again today and good morning. A responsive workforce delivery system is the first responder to an economic development success. By that, I mean the workforce and training offerings must be swift, effective, and responsive to an environment with little time for errors or inexperience. As the pace of innovation in the Space Coast and Central Florida is outpacing the pipeline of skilled workers, the need for creating workforce from within has never been more critical. It's with this understanding that we embarked upon creating a blueprint for certifications in aerospace, space, and defense. With an in-depth interview of 18 leading companies, we focused on identifying the skill-driven needs over the next 3 to 4 years. The key in obtaining this critical data was the identification of the correct person in each company. It was that key nuance that made this study a success, as each company had a different person and position. That single effort alone took 12 to 13 weeks. To give you an example of the variety of people that we talked to that we wouldn't otherwise known had we not we had to guide by the companies. Director of Manufacturing Operations, Talent Acquisition, a Technical Training Manager. They all assisted us in identifying the skills that we'll need in the future. This in-depth interview with those 18 companies and conversations with the correct person allowed us to identify on the Space Coast the direct need for 7,121 jobs portioned by 12 skills. Now the next critical step, the identification of the academic equivalent to those skills. These 12 skills were then translated to the corresponding certification and certifying body. With certifications identified, the next step is to identify the status of these certifications in our local and area state colleges. There we identified 3 tranches. Certifications that are offered that we need to increase the students in, 2-year degrees they may have that we can embed a certification, and certifications that are not created that we need to create now. Working closely with our partners, Brevard Public Schools, Eastern Florida, and CareerSource, meeting every other week for the past 14 months, we identified the direct responsibilities of each partner to ensure the cadence continues, benchmark and challenges are identified. Immediate roadblocks and challenges brought to our attention. These included the need for more reflective and responsive development in our master's credential list, increasing the number of instructors, some of which probably can be drawn from the excellent aerospace workforce that we have here, and promote the image and attraction of opportunities in manufacturing companies both large and small. And finally, advocated that training and certifications offer a rich, competitively compensated opportunity, as well as being part of a long-term, dignified, exciting, and meaningful career. I have no doubt, as an economic development professional, training with a focus on short-term certifications will impact a challenge that we as a community, state, and nation face in addressing the needs for a job-ready workforce. Thank you. Sure. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our Congressman, Mr. Herodopoulos. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Well, good morning, and I could not be more excited about having Byron Donalds as our next governor. I have worked with him for the last 2 years in Washington, D.C., and he understands the future of America is right here. Just like Detroit transformed America in the automobile industry, it is going to happen right here in the space industry. We faced all types of challenges, first when he was in the legislature, now in Congress, to make sure that we rebounded after President Obama destroyed the shuttle. He stepped up and made sure that Florida was the place to be. Just think of many years ago, we thought the future might be what we all feared, which was a destruction, much like happened after the Apollo program went away. Instead, through the work that Byron did in the legislature, working with our governors, and of course now in Congress, we have created the public-private partnerships that has transformed this community and creating jobs and opportunities like never before. I could not be more excited about what the future holds, because we have amazing institutions like UCF, Eastern Florida, and so many others who are training our students of the future, and even our public schools that recognize that when you earn that certification in high school, you can go right to work, whether it be at NASA or one of the many companies that are now forming and coming to Brevard County. And when you look at the future, it's so dynamically changed, because many years ago, we had to leave this area to get those high-paying engineering jobs. Now they're right here. Over 30% of the people who work at the Space Center today are UCF graduates. That is the future, and that's why, with Byron's understanding, he's going to lay out a policy today will take us to the next level, create those jobs and opportunities, and all of that wealth that will bring so much joy and opportunity, not just to the space industries, but all of the ancillary businesses that will support. And that will mean, again, a better way of life, and make this place an even more affordable place to live. I love the fact that when I talk to Byron, he has a thorough understanding not just of space, but of economics, as he serves on the Financial Services Committee. And there we are transforming what Florida will be in the future. We have the best beaches and amazing sunshine, and we all want to be here in the winter. But what's so exciting is that Florida is a more dynamic economy because of the vision that Byron is putting forward in the state and building on the amazing changes that have taken place in Florida. And so it is my incredible opportunity and honor to introduce the person I support for governor and our next governor, Byron Donalds.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate that. First, I want to let everybody know, and I'm so happy she's here with us today. My wife, Erica, is with us today, and she looks great, by the way. I like her suit. I like that one. I like it. No, I work for you. That's really how this thing goes. That's how this goes. But before we begin, Mike, thank you so much for that introduction. I really do appreciate it.
You've done the work.
No, we got more work to do. We're just getting started. We also have with us a good friend of mine, longtime friend, Senator Broder is here with us. It's good to see you. My friend, I know we have Senator Mayfield is here with us. Representative David Smith. David Smith and I have served in the Florida House together. It's good to see you. Tyler Soroy, Representative, Majority Leader Soroy, thank you so much for being here. Mike Miller. Serve with you as well. Thad Altman, it is great to see you. I just want to thank everybody for being here. President Cartwright is here from UCF. Where did President Cartwright? Did he have to leave? He might have had to leave, but that's okay. We got a chance to meet with President Cartwright, spend some time talking about obviously UCF, but also the future of what UCF is going to bring with respect to workforce education, obviously right here in the I-4 corridor, what that means for the future of commercial space.
That was Byron Donalds speaking earlier today at Exolith Labs in Oviedo, talking about his Florida Space Race initiative. You also heard from Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, who represents the Space Coast in the U.S. House. We'll hear more about that coming up a little bit later. There's a campaign stop again. Ashley Moody, Byron Donalds going to be in the Villages. We'll get a live interview with them coming up in our 2 o'clock hour. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As we go to break, though, I want to give you a live look of downtown Orlando. You can see the rain coming down on at least half of that shot right now. Pretty stark dividing line between the dark clouds and still the sun peeking out behind some of those clouds. So this is what we're dealing with today as we head into a little bit later into the afternoon. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and check out how much this downtown shot has changed just in the past 2 minutes while we were in commercial break there. It is pouring right now, right over downtown and I-4 in Orlando. Check out that scene. Really hard to see anything right now. Be careful out there. Visibility obviously going to be pretty low. But I'll tell you where it's not raining, and that is inside the Walmart on East Colonial Drive, where that is where we're going to check in with Fox 35's Lauren Margolis, who joins us live now, part of the Fox 35 Care Force Backpack Brigade. Maybe raining generosity, though, Lauren, because they are filling up that bin out there.
Absolutely, Garrett. I just heard we have over $12,000 in donations, which is amazing. And yeah, you can see this bin just in the last half hour, how many donations have come through over here. We even just got a very special donation from Walmart. We have Coach LaShawn here. Tell us what we have in front of us.
What we have in front of us is we have supplies for back to school, because I know Orange County is getting ready to go back to school to welcome their kids back to this year, 2026 and 2027. So what we donated was we donated pencils, we donated glue, we donated boxes, we got
boxes, yeah.
We got backpacks.
And they're so cute, too.
Yes.
They're really nice.
Anything that a child would need, you can come to Walmart and you can purchase it from Walmart. We have a whole back-to-school supply, and you can scan a QR code and find your local school, and you'll be able to find what your kid needs for their school as well.
This is so great. And speaking of QR codes, we also have one as well to make it really easy to donate. And if you're coming here to Walmart doing your back-to-school shopping, just come and pick up a couple extra items. We have this bin. We're excited to fill it up. We're hoping to get students, 1,250 students, exactly what they need for the school year, a backpack full of supplies. We're looking for everything you can think of, and we have a list right here to help guide you. Things from backpacks, lunch boxes, calculators, paper, notebooks, anything that a kid needs to make sure that they have the school year started on the right foot. And you've definitely helped us here, Walmart, so thank you.
You're welcome, and we always like helping the community.
Yeah, let's talk about the need, too, because it's greater every single year.
Yes, the need is getting greater due to the economy, and so what Walmart is geared into is that we got grants and we have donations where we go out and we donate to the local community and schools. We do all types of different types of organization to make it where that we can help the community by making sure that they can invest, they can come in, they can shop and be able to do economical shopping for their kids in the clothing department. Anything that a child would need to go back to school, we have it here at Walmart.
Well, thank you for having us here at Walmart. It's been fun hanging out. We're also working with One Heart and Elevation. They were outside, but because of that rain, like you mentioned, Garrett, they are actually inside on the groceries side right now, so you can check them out over there. We're here hanging out until 3 p.m., so come and say hi, come bring those donations. We also have some goodie bags to hand out if you do end up donating something, so we'll be here. Back to you, Garrett.
All right, Lauren, thank you. It is so great to see so many people pitching in, and we have really seen that blue bin there just filling up every hour that we check in. That is so great to see. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us and giving us that update. Again, they're going to be out there till 3 o'clock, so still another couple of hours that they will be there. We still have that QR code that you can see right now, too. If you can't make it out there but would still like to donate, that'll take you to the page where you can pitch in. Every dollar counts, every item counts. That is for sure. We'll check back in with them coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I want your mutt photos. It is National Mutt Day, and so many of you have been so great all day sending us photos of your mutts. You can go to fox35orlando.com/share. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Again, we've had dozens of photos submitted. We want to see more. And we, of course, call them mutts lovingly. I have a mutt of my own. I actually, if you follow me on social media on Twitter, I posted the DNA test of my dog Walter, and you'll see it's a little bit of a percent of everything, but he is a hound, that is for sure. And we want to see your mutts, so keep sending them in. I want to show you some more of the photos that we've gotten in just in the last little bit. This one from Deborah showing Sunny, who doesn't share toys that taste good with Lucy. You see Sunny and Lucy right there. Lucy a little bit jealous. Sunny really showing off the fact that he has the toy and Lucy doesn't. Deborah in Merritt Island, thanks for sharing those photos, that photo with us. Beautiful dogs, and I am sure they are great companions to have in your home. Check this out, Barley and Lucy May just hanging out at home. Michelle, thanks for sending this. It looks pretty comfortable there, living his best life with that blanket on the couch. And I'm not sure if that might be Barley or Lucy May, but absolutely beautiful. Kathy Johnson sending this from home. Bodie just got his ears cleaned by his four-legged rescue sister, Jen. How cute is that? I love seeing them with their ears back like that. When ours... our devious Walter gets one ear flipped, we say he's in rascal mode because that's when his alter ego there. I love it. They look totally different, but they are something to see. Bodie, what a beautiful pup there. And here's the other one from Michelle, Lucy May or Barley. Again, I'm not sure who might be who, but absolutely beautiful dogs. Both of them seem to love their blankets and hanging out on the couch there. We love seeing that. I know people feel differently about letting their dogs up on the couch. We certainly let ours up on the furniture. Hagatha and Zia. Hagatha, Anatolian Shepherd and Great Pyrenees mix. Zia is Shar-Pei and Staffordshire Terrier mix. What beautiful dogs, and very unique as well. Sherry in De Leon Springs, thank you so much for sending this. Looks like they love hanging out outside. Beautiful dogs there and beautiful coloring as well. So keep sending in these pictures. We want to see your mutts. Scan the QR code. Go to fox35orlando.com/share. Here is 3 of them from the Dunn family in Howie in the Hills. Oh my goodness. We've got Apollo, who you see in the left there, black and white. You've got Jet, appropriately named as the jet black one, and then Parker as well. What a family. I love that. Having multiple dogs is certainly an experience. I'm sure you've got your hands full, but they look like great dogs there. Keep sending in these photos. Here's Oliver. Ollie. I had an Ollie of my own. What a great name for a dog. Ollie loves vacations. You take him everywhere. This is Megan sending this photo in from Deltona. You know what? With a dog that handsome, hard not to take him everywhere. I think that's for sure. I bet you get a lot of compliments on Oliver. Here's CJ on his 15th birthday this past May. I tell you what, he is looking great for 15. Nikara in Apopka, thank you so much for sending this in. CJ loves sleep, treats, and watching his baby pup brother. I think it's interesting to see when you have an older dog and a younger dog, and I really do think that having an older and a younger together kind of keeps those older dogs young. CJ looking great on his 15th birthday. He was soaking all that up. It looked like. Glenn out fishing with Rusty Dog on Lake George. What a great companion. I wonder who the better fisherman is. Is it Rusty or is it you, Glenn? Let us know. Send in these pictures, fox35orlando.com/share. What a beautiful dog. Loving to be on the boat. Luna, almost 17 years old. Stephanie in Ponce Inlet sending us this. Stephanie, I love that she still gets adventures even at 17 years old, going out to the beach. That is so great. Luna living it up here in Florida. I love that we are seeing so many senior dogs that you're sending in. That is great. 17 years old. She is looking great. Another Oliver guarding the house. Kelly Martin sending this one in. Chihuahua maybe of some sort. Pretty dog, that's for sure. I am sure that Oliver does a great job guarding your house. Oh, and here's another great shot of Luna, 17 years old, loving those adventures, going on those adventures, rock climbing. And again, look at those ears. I tell you, it does something. When I see the white in the older dogs' faces, it just tugs at my heartstrings. I love older dogs and love seeing that. Here is Calypso coming in from Daytona Beach. Big fan of space, as you see there. Whoever sent this in, Calypso, we really appreciate seeing. What a beautiful dog there. And even wearing a hat. Pretty classy for a dog on this National Mutt Day. Do we have any more? One more here. Another picture of Calypso. I tell you what, he is all Florida. Got the shirt on, looking great. Calypso there on this National Mutt Day. It looks like we are still having some more coming in at this very moment. So we'll keep scrolling through a few more here. We love seeing these pictures. It has been so much fun today. So many of you have sent us these, and we love looking at all of them. Calypso in Daytona Beach there with the beach vibes on this Friday. Wonder if he might be spending the day at the beach with his hat on. We'll see. This is Sterling coming in from Charlotte. Loves to cuddle and eat cheese sticks. Believe he's part Chihuahua. Not sure of the rest. You know what? You posted him earlier, but did not have his name and things he likes. So Charlotte, thank you so much for following up with us and sending in that's about Sterling. Love to know that he loves cheese. A lot. You know what? That is something that in our house definitely gets our dog's attention anytime we grab a cheese stick out of the fridge. Oh, and here's Mr. Wiggles, Donna in Dunellen, sending us Mr. Wiggles, who also appears to be a little bit older of a dog here on this National Mutt Day. That's a great name for a dog, Mr. Wiggles. I love it. He is making the most of nap time as he should on National Mutt Day. Get to do what you want. Celebrate. Aaron from Deltona sending in a pretty girl, Callie, who appears to be a Gators fan. She's got the bandana on. She looks like a playful pup. I wonder, Aaron, how much energy she has. She looks like an energetic dog, but I love to see it. Send in more of these pictures. This is the last one we've got right now. Fox35Orlando.com/share. Not too late to get those pictures in. We want to see more of them. We've had dozens, and it's still not enough. Scan that QR code, send in those mutt pictures. We have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Let me give you a live look right now. Inter&Co Stadium, where this weekend Orlando City SC set to play against New York Red Bull tomorrow. Coming off a 2-game winning streak since Antoine Griezmann joined the team and looking to keep things going. Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Ken Egan, who is the lead host of the MLS on Apple TV, to preview the matchup and what the Lions need to do to keep the good mojo going.
Game with Orlando City and New York.
It's such an exciting time right now to be a fan of Orlando City. Talk about a World Cup break that has benefited this team. Obviously, I think the big positive is you bring in Antoine Griezmann, a World Cup champion with France. And I think the difference he's made with this Orlando team is there for all to see right now. 2 games since the World Cup break, 2 victories for Orlando. Didn't concede a single goal in that process, so the team is scoring goals. Robin Janssen back, tightened up defensively, and their goalkeeper, fresh off winning the Goalie Wars at All-Star Skills Challenge and a brilliant performance at the All-Star match. Maxime Crépeau, Canada's #1, has been exceptional for Orlando as well. So I just think coming into this game against the Red Bull New York, a side that have really struggled since the World Cup break, momentum is very much in favour of this Orlando team. Red Bulls concede a lot of chances. Griezmann can score goals for fun, and he's getting the most out of Justin Ellis, a teenager in this team right now.
And like you said, Griezmann's been kind of a huge difference maker in this team. But again, like we see like Maxime Crépeau and his like amazing defensive contribution as well as the rest of the team. Do you think that New York's high press will give them much trouble?
New York's high press is interesting because, you know, they leave a lot exposed at the back. So they'll press hard. They've got a lot of youth in their team. Julian Hall is a teenager, just 18, that leads the line for them with Ruvalcaba and Kate Cowell either side. So they're very quick, very dynamic. They'll play the Red Bull Energizer way, but they also want to keep possession as well. And with that, with youth in their team, sometimes comes mistakes. And we've seen that of late. Michael Bradley's looking for a much more clinical edge in this game against Orlando. With Griezmann, though, and the form that we've seen from Justin Ellis and the talent they have on the flanks, I just think Orlando right now should be favoured. Even though this game is on the road, should be favoured to go there and get a win. And if Orlando win this game, Orlando leapfrog the Red Bulls in the standings. And after that disastrous start to the season for the Lions, Orlando will be in a playoff position come Saturday night.
I gotta say, it's so refreshing actually being on the, I guess, on the opposite side of the what you call, I guess, the odds this time, you know. I want to talk a little bit about Griezmann and his presence. How has his presence on the midfield kind of shifted those dynamics?
I found it interesting when Antoine Griezmann arrived in Orlando. One of his first press conferences, he talked about elevating the younger players and championing them and making sure that he's helping in every way he can. And he's certainly doing that. He's not a diva. He seems a great personality in this group. And one small thing that I noticed when I was researching for MLS 360 last week, Griezmann, he follows 99 people. He's got over 40 million followers on Instagram alone. And he follows just 99 people. And he doesn't follow his old teammates like Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, compatriot like Olivier Giroud. But he follows Justin Ellis, a teenager that leads the line for Orlando. So I think aside from the obvious world class that he has on that sweet left foot of his, Antoine Griezmann has a culture built into him with the understanding that you have to elevate the youth and bring them through. And I think he's formed a brilliant partnership with Justin Ellis to keep an eye on.
Do you think that his I guess, do you think that Griezmann's central progression efficiency, how do you think that compares against other teams in that set who have the similar profiles?
Yeah, I think Griezmann's a different player to what we see sometimes in, let's say, for example, Son Heung-min, right? Lionel Messi. Antoine Griezmann, at the end of the last game, basically was playing as a left back. Antoine Griezmann, throughout his career, when he was at Real Sociedad in his younger years over in Spain, he was the type of player that covered every single blade of grass. He leaves it all out there. And I think that's an attribute of Griezmann's that Orlando fans will come to appreciate, that he doesn't play a fixed role. He doesn't need to be the goal scorer. If Antoine Griezmann can offload the ball and not pad his stats and offload the ball to someone else for them to score, he's going to do it. He's always been that selfless style of player.
And do you see this, I guess, new era of Orlando City kind of like making a wider impact on Eastern Conference in general, maybe potentially even being seen as a Titan?
I think it's too early to tell whether Orlando can become a Titan in the Eastern Conference. I think that in Martin Perlman, they have an interim head coach. Oscar Pareja parted ways earlier on this season, having made the playoffs in every one of his seasons since being there. So that was a bit of a stunning start to the year for Orlando in the worst way possible. Perlman hasn't proved himself enough yet, but all the signs are pointing to good things from Martin Perlman. So let's see how it shakes out. I think with Lianson at the back, Crepeau in goal, I still think, we're still to see the best out of the central midfield. Hayde is a very good player in there, and you've got Otavio in there doing some good stuff as well. So we'll see. I think the jury's still out on Orlando. All you can do if you're Orlando is continue to win games and continue to let the momentum compound. And let's see where this team shakes up in November.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that squad depth. Have you seen in your years of watching this team, have you seen much, progression in that aspect in terms of other players who aren't necessarily as big names as the others, as Antoine Griezmann and the others?
Well, to win in Major League Soccer, squad depth is absolutely everything. And I think right now, Orlando have squad depth at a time when this team is scoring goals for fun and keeping clean sheets. All of this without Martin Ojeda, all of this without Marco Pasalic. And when you can get those two guys back, hopefully soon in this squad, let's see what Pasalic, Ojeda, Griezmann, Ellis, or DK, another new signing return to the club, let's see how he can do with this team. So squad depth is everything. I still think they're a little bit light in central midfield. And if anything happens, Robin Janssen at the back, it's concerning, but Janssen is defending well. He's back in the team. A good goalkeeper that takes over in goal from Galese in Max Crepeau. So major positive signs for Orlando. I'm just curious to know where will they fall in Major League Soccer. And I think with Antoine Griezmann's influence, this team can rise to beyond the play-in game. So I think personally, I'm looking at a 5, 6, or 7 slot in the Eastern Conference for Orlando come the end of the season. And that would be a brilliant showing given the way this team started the year.
It really feels like it's a completely different team, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, very much so. Oscar Pareja was always going to leave his prints on this team, and he certainly did. And he achieved a lot of things with Orlando, but the club felt it was time to move on. Griezmann's influence will also help recruit. Young players, older players, experienced stars from Europe. We'll see Antoine Griezmann enjoying life in Orlando and taken to the streets of Orlando, going to see the NBA team play. Like, these are things that really help with recruitment too.
And also with, just interest in the sport, right? Do you think that there's going to be a huge wave of new fans coming in our area in Florida?
I certainly hope so, because we see it with Lionel Messi, but I think Messi's a different beast altogether. There are very few players in the world that move the needle like Lionel Messi, and one of those is Son Heung-min. I think he's the biggest Asian sports star on the planet, eclipsing Shohei Ohtani when it comes to global recognition. So Son Heung-min has done that. Mo Salah is that sort of player as well. Let's see what Antoine Griezmann can do. I find it fascinating. I mentioned Antoine Griezmann's Instagram following of over 40 million people. There's no NFL player has that. I don't think there's like 2 NBA players that have more than that. Like, it's a significant following in the world when you think about sports stars that have over 40 million followers on Instagram alone. Antoine Griezmann is a megastar now calling Orlando home.
Final thoughts. What is your final what's your prediction on this game? Right here.
I think this game in New York will be fascinating. If Orlando can bag that first goal, which I think they certainly can, that forces the Red Bulls to really get desperate and go after the game. And this is a Red Bulls team that is struggling. There's pressure starting to slowly build on Michael Bradley. Their confidence is low. So if Orlando can show that clinical edge, I think the Lions can get it done up in New York.
So we will see what happens. Give you a live look right now at Enrico Stadium in Orlando. We will be right back here on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Been a growing number of questions this week about the involvement of Ashley Moody in the Hope Florida controversy here in the state of Florida. She was Attorney General at the time that a Medicaid settlement would have been signed off on that sent $10 million to the Hope Florida Foundation, money that eventually was funneled to two political action committees who used that money in the fight against a couple of constitutional amendments that were on the ballot in the last election. There have been growing calls and growing questions for more information about this. And one of the people leading that charge is Ashley Moody's, one of her competitors in the Senate race, who is joining us live now via Zoom, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, Democratic candidate for Senate here in Florida, joining us live now. Colonel Vindman, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
I'm glad we could make it happen, Garrett. I just literally finished up and got off a flight from a Panhandle swing, started in Pensacola, made it all the way to Tallahassee, and including that press conference that frankly asked these tough questions about what's going on with the Hope Florida scandal and Ashley Moody's role. So happy to be here with you.
Yeah, let's talk about that. We know you held that news conference this week where you called on the release of a grand jury report. Now, Ashley Moody's campaign has said they don't object to the release of that. What do you make of that latest development and where things stand with this?
Well, if folks remember me for anything, it's the fact that I'm noted for calling out corruption, reporting it regardless of personal consequences. I think that's part of my training in the military. We are compelled to report fraud, waste, and abuse. And watching the reporting revive around this Hope Florida scandal and looking into the details of this is Ashley Moody signing off on $10 million taken away from children to be put into a political campaign. And the payoff was ascendancy. As Governor DeSantis pointed out in his announcement of Ashley Moody, he was grateful for her support in these political actions. So I wanted to make sure that we have these questions answered. Ashley Moody has been dodging these questions for the better part of 2 years with no accountability. And that's not the way things work in my system, not the way things work in my reality. And I take it as a half measure that her campaign released something. I want her to be on the record and demand the release of this grand jury report. If anything, over the course of the past day, we've seen additional reporting that casts a further shadow over her role and a pattern of corruption. The reporting coming out of the Herald that her super PAC is sharing office space or compliance with the Hope Florida charity that was the recipient of these funds. That raises further questions about this kind of coordination and whether there's a cover-up. And I think the people of Florida, in preparation for this election, deserve to know the truth about the candidates. You know, one candidate that is known for truth-telling and reporting corruption, and another candidate that's living a pattern of corruption, whether it's Hope Florida trading millions of dollars in stock, taking millions of dollars from insurance companies while our insurance rates go sky high.
Now, a grand jury in Leon County was convened to investigate this. Obviously, that's the grand jury report that we're talking about here. But there were no indictments returned. So what do you think we would learn from seeing the grand jury report that you think would maybe shed some additional light on what happened here?
We know that there are different reasons for different outcomes in these grand jury investigations. In my conception, we've had single party rule in the state of Florida, with politicized prosecutions, politicized investigations. I think the fact is it's unclear what's going on. We don't know exactly what's in there, but where there's smoke, there's fire. We know that Ashley Moody signed off on these $10 million taken out of the Child Welfare Fund. We know that it warranted including Republicans, called for an investigation. This was, in fact, driven by Republicans that wanted to know why these funds were taken out of Child Welfare Fund, why they were taken out of Medicaid. We don't know all the details, but seeing this investigation would be critically important to understand what's going on and finding out, who else was involved in this. On the surface, it doesn't take a legal degree. It doesn't take, a prosecutor's experience to see that this is the dirtiest of politics, where you're taking away resources away from children to aid a political campaign, and the payoff is a Senate seat. That is pretty darn crystal clear.
Now, how do you respond to folks who say, we are approaching an election that many voters' main concern is affordability and the economy and things like that? And so how do you respond when people say, regardless of what happened here, there are more pressing issues at hand than what happened when Ashley Moody was Attorney General here in Florida?
I think that we need to understand the difference between these candidates. Yes, affordability is topic number one. My commitment in this campaign is to cut costs and crush corruption. Why is corruption so central? Because I've had more than 200 events across the state of Florida, and everywhere I go, from Democrats through independents and Republicans, folks are telling me that they're working harder than ever and falling further behind. And they know that the reason this is the case is corrupt politicians are delivering for power. They're delivering billionaires $1 trillion in tax cuts. They're taking money from special interests, and our insurance rates are growing sky high. To be clear, Ashley Moody took $1 million from big insurance companies. She, unlike her predecessors, never challenged a rate hike. She didn't hold their feet to the fire when they failed to pay claims. Our drug prices are going up. She sits on the Health Services Committee on HELP, oversees Big Pharma, trades their stock while our prices go up. I want to make sure that those things are illegal. I want to make sure people go to jail for that kind of stuff. Not just because they're self-enriching, but because they're making life harder for the people of Florida. I'm not taking a dime in corporate PAC money. That's the challenge in front of voters. Which candidate do you want? Somebody that's going to fight the corruption, that is delivering for power, and then come up with plenty of good ideas to cut costs. But unless we get through that threshold, how do we get to good ideas that actually lower costs for folks?
Have you or will you speak with the state attorney up in Tallahassee about the release of this report?
I'm happy to advocate. Look, I believe my record is pretty clear that I'm fearless in the face of fighting for justice and the right thing, regardless of the consequences. I'm going to call for the release of this report because we need to make sure that we send corrupt politicians packing, we send them to jail so that we can lower costs, so that we can go ahead and take on tariff policies that are driving costs sky high, that we could take on insurance issues, we could expand healthcare, we could do the things that we need to do to provide prosperity for our children, like my 15-year-old daughter that is going to be making some tough decisions about where she wants to live. Florida, in its current trajectory, is heading in the wrong direction. More expensive, less opportunities, a jobs desert for 20-year-olds, less freedom for women. And I want to make sure that we sweep away that into the dustbin corrupt officials and create room to take our state and take our population towards prosperity.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate here in Florida. We appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Great to be with you.
And I should note, just in case you missed it earlier when we were talking about it, we will have a crew out at a joint campaign event between Ashley Moody and Byron Donalds coming up a little bit later in the Villages. We expect to get the chance to speak with them, hoping to ask Senator Moody to get her on the record about the release of this grand jury report. So stay tuned for that in our 2 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to come. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the Dow Jones on this Friday. You see it is up close to 300 points. We've been watching the market this week. If you were with us earlier this week as well, the Fed announced they are keeping inflation rates steady right now. There has been some pressure for them to lower the rates, but decided because of inflation concerns and a couple of other things, they are not going to lower it just yet, going to keep it even, but decided not to raise the rates as some maybe anticipated would happen this week. We had the chance to speak, Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Rebel Cole, who is the Lynn Eminent Scholar, Chaired Professor of Finance at Florida Atlantic University, to talk about the impact of this decision from the Fed and where things go from here with the market, with the interest rates, and with the economy.
First, can I get your just initial reactions on this decision by Fed Chair Walsh? I mean, it's coming at a pretty volatile time.
I don't think it's any real surprise. He's new to the job. He doesn't want to make waves, so sort of trying to keep things calm. So no interest rate hike. What was interesting was that there were three dissenters, all of who wanted to raise rates. I've been saying for the last several years that the Fed should have been hiking instead of lowering, going back to when they first started cutting back in 2024. I think Chairman Powell was on the wrong side of inflation going back to 2021. And Chairman Warsh does not want to repeat those mistakes.
And talk to us about that. What do you think may be the biggest thing kind of driving that decision to keep the rates unchanged?
You know, Chairman Warsh is viewed as a hawk, which means he's very wants to keep inflation in check. He wants to focus. The Fed has this dual mandate of full employment and low inflation, stable prices. And I think Chairman Warsh is one like myself who prefers to focus on the stable prices, not on the full employment. And he is focused on that, but he doesn't want to, jump in during one of his first couple of meetings and start raising rates, because that's a total reversal of policy. Typically, we see Fed policies just remain stable for several years. Like when they start raising, they raise for several years, they stay steady for several years, and they cut for several years. And to reverse course after several cuts and now raise rates would be a total reversal of the previous regime. And I think he wants to tread lightly there. I think it's coming. I think it likely will come, if not in the next meeting, in one of the meetings after that later this year.
What's your take on three dissenters basically disagreeing about this move, saying that the central bank should have raised borrowing costs instead of by a quarter of the percentage point?
Well, Chairman Warsh also said that the bond market has been doing the work for them, so that maybe they don't need to raise rates, because the bond market has raised the yield on the 10-year significantly in the last several months. We often call them the bond market vigilantes. So they're doing the heavy lifting for the Fed. We saw this previously in 2024 when Chairman Powell cut the Fed funds rate by 100 basis points, and the 10-year yield rose by 100 basis points, basically telling the Fed that they were going the wrong direction. I don't think Warsh wants to see that. So at the same time, he doesn't want to move too quickly. But I do think we're going to see the next move is going to be a rate hike. And the reason for that is that all the measures of inflation, be it the CPI, the PPI, the PCE deflator, all have been running way above the Fed's target of 2%, anywhere between 30 and 50%. If they have a 2% target, many of them are up above 3%. And this is the core inflation rate is another important point. Excluding volatile food and energy, energy's been wrecking the CPI, all these inflation numbers since this military action in the Gulf, with oil prices gyrating from 60 to 110 and back down to the 70s and now back up in the 90s. That is affecting price levels in the short term, but it doesn't create long-term inflation. So Chairman Warsh has to navigate all of that along with the burdens of taking over from Chairman Powell.
I want to talk about the consumer perspective here, because for many Floridians here, what do you think they should expect from this decision?
Well, I think Floridians and Americans as a whole saw price levels rise by almost 30% under the previous administration during the pandemic, and that was with the acquiescence of Chairman Powell's Fed and the Treasury, who kept saying that inflation was transitory, the magic word transitory. Well, it turns out it wasn't so transitory. Price levels went up by almost 30% from 2020 to 24, and they've gone up very little, maybe 5% since then. So what we're dealing with today is not the result of anything that's happened in the last year. It's really the cumulative effect of the inflation since the pre-pandemic years.
Just moments ago. And do you think that this would affect mortgage rates or car loans or credit card interest anytime soon?
Well, we've already seen it affect mortgage rate. Mortgage rates had dropped down below 6. I think they're back up to like 6.5 to 6 3/4. Credit card rates, they're kind of hard to say because credit card rates are crazy. They're like in the 20%. So, but interest rates in general have been affected. The Fed funds rate is an overnight borrowing rate, so it's not going to make a big difference. It's really the short end of the yield curve. So, I think the real action we're seeing with interest rates is in response to what the bond market vigilantes are doing with the 10-year yield, not what the Fed's going to be doing with the federal funds rate.
And would you describe that as like certain supply shocks that are linked to, this Middle East conflict as something that would indicate that further policy tightening may be needed?
Now, again, the real impact of what's happening in the Middle East has been through energy prices, specifically oil prices. That's temporary. So when that situation calms down, as we saw just a few weeks ago, oil had dropped from $110 a barrel back into the 70s. It was in 60s before it jumped to 110, and now it's back into the 90s, and maybe go back into 110, 120 if hostilities continue. But eventually, when that subsides, the oil prices are going to fall back down. So this is a temporary shock to price levels, and as that works its way through, we're essentially going to end up back where we were. If oil's back to $60 a barrel, we're going to have inflation back to where we were. The real problem was that before this all happened, the core inflation rate, excluding food and energy, was already way too high relative to the Fed's target of 2%. So there needed to be policy action. So I think there's going to be policy action. I don't think we're going to see a lot. I mean, we may see 1, 2, or 3 rate hikes of 25 basis points. Remember, we've already, we've cut 100 basis points from where we were at the peak. So it's not going to be a huge policy move, but it is coming.
I wanted to circle back real quick on the Florida aspect because, small businesses in Central Florida, they rely a lot on borrowing. What do you think? What do you foresee Florida entrepreneurs or upcoming entrepreneurs will see as a result of these decisions?
What do I see about Florida entrepreneurs regarding what?
Regarding their ability to borrow money in their as a result of this decision.
Entrepreneurs rely largely on bank loans, and I don't see that this is going to have a huge effect on the loan rates that small businesses, based entrepreneurs, or even if they're using a home equity line of credit, are going to change. I mean, you're talking about changes of 25, 50, 75 basis points. Entrepreneurs, they're borrowing at costs of 800 basis points, 8% or more. So it's going to affect them on the margin, but it's not going to be a huge impact on them. Their real problem is raising equity capital rather than debt. The cost of debt is not changing that material for them.
And one last question I wanted to ask: what should the average consumer be looking at in terms of the economic data in between up until the next meeting, up until the next FOMC meeting?
I always look at all the inflation numbers. We get every month we get the consumer price index, the producer price index, and then the personal consumption expenditure PCE. So 3 different inflation measures every month. Those are the numbers that the Fed is looking at. They're also, of course, looking at the employment numbers. So the monthly jobs report. What's happened in the labor market? It's been fairly positive rate lately. Is unemployment rate going up or down? Are the jobs not being created or destroyed? Those are really the key factors looking at. GDP as well. Those are sort of like the really big numbers that I look at. That's what I think most small businesses, entrepreneurs should be looking at, and consumers.
Rebel Cole, Lynn Eminent Scholar, Chaired Professor of Finance at FAU. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
We are following a developing story right now out of San Diego, California. This is a look near Miramar Air Base where there's been an aircraft mishap involving an F-35, and you can see what appears to be the wreckage of that plane and a number of emergency response vehicles right there at that site as well. Smoke coming out from that debris, charred grass there in that area. When the camera pans a little bit over, you'll be able to see a number of emergency vehicles. Obviously a huge response that is farther out from that scene. You can still see a number of tankers and other vehicles arriving to that scene, spraying water on that, trying to put the fire out. You can see smoldering wreckage and debris after an F-35 aircraft, what they're describing as an aircraft mishap at this Miramar Air Base in San Diego. We still right now don't have any details or anything about anything beyond that. So we're working to learn some more information. We'll be following this developing story. We do know that crews first responded out there a little bit earlier today, but not too much longer ago. It wasn't that long that that this happened. So still very much an active scene and waiting to learn some more information. We'll keep you up to date here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us as we come to the end of what has been the first week of NFL training camp for a lot of teams, including here in Florida. I had the chance to hear from Jags head coach Liam Cohen speaking to reporters earlier today about how things are going so far.
You know, day one was not, his best or our best as a receiving group, as a crew. I thought yesterday was very sharp. Thought he did some of the throws he made yesterday were legitimate, like big time throws that, you're really excited about seeing. I thought there was some things in the red zone today that he did really well, and I think there's a couple clips that we can learn from in terms of just how fast things happen down there. And for like a bigger dude, something we're just working on is like some of the routes that a concept maybe that you run in the red zone that you also run up the field, that the footwork up the field maybe like 3 steps in the gun or hitch, it has to be a different footwork in the red zone. So like those were some things that came up a little bit of how fast it happens down in the red area, and with such limited inventory of red zone concepts a lot of what we were running was things that we were also running up the field. So a couple of those things came up, but in terms of running the show, the operation, and also accuracy and putting the ball on the guys and spreading it out, I think he's seeing it really well right now.
What kind of management plan is Macari on at this point? How is Milan taking advantage of that?
Yeah, he is. Patrick, we're trying to be smart. It's a long year. It's a long camp. He's a pro's pro. I know exactly. He's not going to, miss a beat in terms of knowing what he has to do, the scheme, the concepts, all that. Love to get him more, but it's smart. I think it's the right thing to do, and I'm not worried about him. But it's a great opportunity for Wyatt and for some of those other guys to get more reps with the first group, right? Like that's just different when you get reps and Trevor's talking to you and you're protecting for Trevor and you're working with the first group. It's definitely a little bit more of a heightened sense of urgency, and I'm pleased with the way Wyatt's responded so far.
So things just getting going there at Jags training camp, and also for the Tampa Bay Bucks and the Miami Dolphins this week as well. Well, keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience on Fox 35, and we will continue our live streaming news coverage. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
In that car, Jalen Brunson's not that tall. He's like 6 foot. That's it? Yeah. It's tall for you, but. And me. All right, fine. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Breaking news here. I want to give you an update. We just saw a severe thunderstorm warning come in for Brevard County. They are warning of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This was radar indicated. Putting that warning out for Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, Port Canaveral, and Playa Linda Beach as well. So we will check in with the storm team coming up in just a little bit. You've got the warning that's scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now as well, so you can see everything that you need to know. We have been tracking showers and storms out there throughout the day. It has been a busy day on the radar. Let me show you a live look at that right now. You can kind of see everything in that Brevard County area. So again, we'll check in and have an update for you on that severe thunderstorm warning out of Brevard County. If you are in Brevard County, you can let us know what you are seeing, but be safe. This is a severe thunderstorm located 7 miles north of Port Canaveral and moving east at 15 miles an hour. So that warning is scheduled to be in effect. Let me double check here. Until 2:30, so for the next half hour. Certainly be on your guard and be aware. If you need to take additional shelter, please do so. Welcome into Florida Live. Thanks for joining us. I'm Garrett Weimer, and it's been a busy day here in Central Florida, and so many of you today have shown your support for the Fox 35 Care Force in trying to get school supply donations to help families right here in our hometown. And so we want to check in again with Fox 35's Lauren Margolis, who joins us live from the Walmart on East Colonial Drive, where you can show up and help out. I see Marlisa joining her as well out there, the Fox 35 crew out there in force, and so many people have brought donations. Every time we come to you, Lauren, that bin is more full.
This bin is basically overflowing now, Garrett, and it feels like the 407 on the road right now because we have Marlisa. We just heard some breaking news over here with Backpack Brigade. Do you know what that is?
Yes, we just got word from Jenny. She told us that we just broke $16,000 in donations with our quadruple match. So we're doing really good things out here, and that's just in the monetary donations with gift cards and money and cash. We haven't even touched the surface when it comes to all of the actual contributions with the school supplies.
Yes.
So that's really exciting.
And it's not just this bin. We also have a camera outside where you can see the One Heart truck is filling up out there too. So every time we have a full bin here, they roll over all of these supplies and they start organizing all of that back there. So Marlise, you want to go through some of the things we have here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's see. I see a lot of cute backpacks.
Yes, absolutely. And inside, that one looks like it's...
This one's full. This one is heavy.
We have some composition notebooks here. We have crayons.
Here, we'll just see. Oh, and a lunchbox is attached to this one. Wow, this is really nice.
Oh, that's so cute. It already comes assembled.
Yes.
Super easy.
We've got a pencil case, a binder, really everything you need for school. Some flashcards. I remember studying with these.
Oh, yeah. And the pencil sharpener, because we all need one of those with the pencils inside.
Yep.
But listen, if you do come out here to East Colonial, I want to show you this Backpack Brigade sheet here that we have. We have it in Spanish, we also have it in English. So no excuse. We have the full list here of all the things that you can get for the students: backpacks, lunch boxes, crayons, pencils, pencil pouches, markers, scissors, glue sticks, 3-ring binders. The list goes on and on. So you can get anything, really anything counts, and it all matters because school is right around the corner. It starts in less than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And as a person with a kindergartner, I mean, it goes so fast and these things add up. So anything that we can do to help families here, especially during this economy, it's so rough out there for everyone.
I feel like the lists are getting longer too.
They are. I looked at the list and was like, wait a minute, when did we start having to get this for school? But we're here. We are here. So I'm really excited that we're able to do this and contribute in this way every single year.
Me too. And as a thank you too, we are giving out some goodie bags. So if you come stop by, say hi, we'll take those donations and then you'll get a little something too. Oh, Marlise is grabbing one now. What do we get here?
Ooh, okay, so it looks like we have some Fox swag. We have some stickers. stickers. Wait, this is a magnet. This is new. We usually have the Fox 35 Thunder Truck sticker, so this is new. I need one of those. Yeah. We also have another little cute tote bag for you to wear.
That's great.
And then what is this?
I think that's a lunchbox.
A lunch bag. Hell's Kitchen, which is on Fox.
Yes.
Love that. And then, of course, this bag, too. Listen, if your house is like my house, you can never have too many bags.
Yes. I need that. I mean, we're always like smugging stuff everywhere, so.
Cute. I love this. So
it matches.
Yes. So if you come out, anything that you donate, you'll get one of these and some of our other swag goodie bags over here as well.
Yeah, so we'll be out here hanging out until 3 o'clock at the Walmart Super Center over on Colonial Drive. So come on by, say hi, and give what you can. So we'll send it back to you, Garrett.
All right, Lauren. And folks don't have to just be there to donate. If they can't make it out, they can also donate online. We've got that QR code up for folks to track. Lauren, Marlisa, we appreciate you joining us live from that Walmart on East Colonial. And again, the Fox 35 team going to be out there till 3 o'clock. So head on out there, say hello, get some pictures taken, and really help a good cause, helping out so many folks. And it doesn't take much. Every dollar, every item certainly goes a long way, as we have seen there throughout the day. Things are really piling up out there, and we love to see it. A couple of things here before we go to break. I want to give you a live look at this image, this live picture from Miramar Air Base that we've been tracking. This is the site of in San Diego, California, Miramar Air Base, where there has been an aircraft mishap. This is believed to be an F-35 crash, and we have seen investigators, first responders on the scene with tanker trucks trying to battle what likely was a fire, potentially even explosion from that debris. And you can see some glitches with the feed, so I apologize in advance for that as we track it. But this is a developing story right now. There is charred grass off the runway there. You can't see it at the moment, but just wreckage and debris and a scary scene there. So we're working to learn more. We'll bring you updates as we get them. We've been following this for the last 20 minutes or so and keeping an eye on what we're trying to learn. But again, this is Miramar Air Station in San Diego, California, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. We are also continuing to track this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now for Brevard County. Let me give you another look at the radar right now, where you can see in the yellow, that is the area that is under that severe thunderstorm warning for another about 22 minutes. So this is northeastern Brevard County, places like Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, Port Canaveral, Playa Linda Beach as well. We're going to take a break right now. We still have much more coverage to come. We'll check in with the Fox 35 storm team to give us the latest on these storms as well, coming up in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We are just getting started here on Florida Live, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera at Port Canaveral. This is one of the places that is under that severe thunderstorm warning right now in Brevard County for another 19 minutes or so. So I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me live now in our streaming studio here, Noah. So what are we looking at? What are we seeing in northeastern Brevard?
Yeah, good news, Garrett. I've checked some of the weather sensors in that area. We haven't seen any severe gusts yet. We've had some gusts about 40 to 50 miles an hour. The Weather Service warns these for the potential of 60. So we haven't had confirmed 60-mile-an-hour gusts quite yet, but you can clearly see by the cruise ship there, it is really coming down. Now, the thing today is that the storms are going to start early, and they're also going to end early. So we're not going to have storms that go really deep into the evening. In fact, most of these are going to be pretty much done here by the time we get to the evening commute. In fact, I don't really think there's going to be much for your evening. So we're going to get these storms out of the way, and by the time we get to, let's say, 5, 6 o'clock, I think we're doing pretty good. But a big storm over by the Kennedy Space Center. Here's the live radar. So what happened is we had some storms overnight out towards the Gulf, and those storms kicked out a rain-cooled boundary, which is coming across the state like this, and you can see that that boundary has kicked off this line of storms from Palm Coast to Daytona down towards Titusville and Cocoa Beach. And we have this one little warning down by Cape Canaveral. Let me zoom in for it here and show you. Not many people are actually going to be in the path of this particular storm. In fact, where I would say the best chance of there being severe winds is out by where all the staff are, by the launch pads in the Kennedy Space Center. So warnings are big. Storms are big, but the actual severe aspects are small. That's how warnings work. We issue for a larger area than the actual severe aspect is. My point in saying that is that the actual severe wind potential here is probably right here. So if you're watching and you're over by Rockledge, you probably got this on your Storm Team app on your phone, the alert. Over by Cape Canaveral, over by, let's say, Cocoa, there was no severe potential and there is none. So it's really out in that circled area, which is currently out by Launch Pad 36 in the Space Force Center. Now, we do have a lot of weather sensors out there. We will see if we get any wind alerts from out there, but this warning goes till 2:30. So let me just back it up here and give you a little loop over the past 30 minutes and show you what's happened. This warning only came out a few minutes ago. In fact, the Weather Service just trimmed it down just a little bit. You see it got a little bit smaller there out towards Cape Canaveral. So we'll keep an eye on this for the next, I'd say, about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes from now, at the latest 2:20, this warning is going to get canceled early because the storm will be out over the ocean. So good news there. But you can see Cocoa Beach getting a little bit of a shower, a little bit of lightning there for all the people out on the beach. But the worst of the weather, the worst of the storm is definitely up to the north up there right now. You can see by Cape Canaveral, the Space Force Station, we're seeing some of those downpours. We're seeing some of those storms out there right now. Let me stop the radar and put the wind mode on. And you know, the good news here is, take a look at some of the wind in here. The strongest wind I can even find is offshore. 37 miles an hour, 11, 13. So there is wind in this, but the strongest wind that there is actually out over the ocean already. It's not even over land. Now, let me back this up a few minutes. I do want to show you what it looked like a couple minutes ago. You can see this is about maybe 2 o'clock. I'll go back a little bit further. Yeah, maybe out by Launch Pad 40. You can see here, this was probably some 50 mile an hour, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Out by Launch Pad 40, this was at 159. So that's probably where the core of the wind was a few minutes ago. But right now at this point, the warning technically goes till 2:30, but I would say at this point that the strongest wind potential is already out over the Atlantic Ocean in that circled area, and that's all moving away out into the ocean. So good news to report. Still some dangerous lightning in the area, though. Not a tremendous amount of lightning. In fact, all things considered, it's not even that super big amount of lightning. So here's the big view if you're just joining us. So you have Friday evening plans. Maybe you've got dinner, going to Disney for the evening, Universal, maybe just doing some errands. Notice how we've got this line of storms on the I-95 corridor. The rest of the area is drying out. There's one little shower here on the south end of Kissimmee. I think this is going to be the trend for the rest of the day, is that because we had this line of storms come through so early, I'll back it up. See how we had a good coverage here when across the area through the afternoon and through the evening. It stabilized the atmosphere. So the good news right now is that I find it hard-pressed to see a lot of redevelopment of storms as we go forward through the rest of the evening. Give my graphics just a quick second. I think they froze on me. Sadly, they'll catch up. But so we've got this warning for the next, technically till 2:30. Here we go. So up right now in Palm Coast, there's a little downpour, a little storm moving out over the ocean. Daytona Beach drying out nicely. Over towards Bethune Beach in Oak Hill, we're tracking a little bit of a downpour and a storm. Down towards the Space Force Station in Cape Canaveral, we're tracking a little bit of a storm, but the core of that one is now offshore. So for the rest of the afternoon and the evening, let me show you the satellite. There's a lot of clouds. You see here, in fact, we're really socked into the clouds. So that'll do one of two things. It'll keep the temperatures down and kind of prevent additional storms from forming. You see there's a little bit of a clearing area here around Ocala into Sumter Lake counties. That might come towards Lake Marion, Orlando in about an hour or two, some peaks of sun. But the idea here is we're socked into the clouds across Florida really for the rest of the day today. So once this thunderstorm gets out over the ocean, save for a random shower, I'm pretty optimistic that the rest of the day is actually going to end up pretty dry. So good news. Now let me show you the temperatures outside right now. Notice we're sitting at about 81 in Orlando. So we've had most places get a shower today. It's only 77 in Titusville. You know, for the last day of July, that's actually pretty darn good. All things considered, we had 118 heat index just 2 days ago. You can see where the rain has not been. It's a little hotter to the north, a little hotter to the south. It's 96 in Miami. It's also 92 in Tallahassee. So where there hasn't been rain, it's definitely a little bit hotter. Now, this is something that is very interesting to me because very quietly, we have had a very dry year. It might surprise some of you. Now, the east coast of Central Florida is a little bit better off. It's not quite as severe, but for Orlando specifically, 2026 is the second driest year ever. And records go back since 1892. In fact, the only year that's been drier through this point was 1898. We've had officially 14.06 inches of rain, which notice all the other years around this. We don't get a lot of dry years because as weather patterns and the climate has evolved, we get generally more rain in the last 50, 75 years than historically. So a lot of these years other than 2000, notice they're all old, 1898, 1892, 1911. So the point is we're well below normal. In fact, we're about 15 inches of rain below what's typical through this point in the year in Orlando. So the summer, we've had some storm days, obviously, right? But we haven't had anything that's caught up the drought officially yet. So we're still running a pretty big rain deficit. If you have grass, I'm sure you have a nice yard. I'm sure you've noticed a lot of people message us and tell us my grass is still brown, and this is probably why, especially if you live inland away from the beaches. We have a huge rain deficit. And it's probably not going to be till the fall or winter, actually, this year that starts to even itself out. It's also been a really hot summer. In fact, this summer so far has been the third hottest summer on record. So hot and dry has been the case this year so far. Now, going into the weekend, so today the storms are going to be done here momentarily. I think a higher coverage of storms tomorrow and Sunday, and I also think they'll go a little bit later into the day. Today, we're going to wrap things up probably by like 3-ish. So, you know, within the next 45 minutes, most of this stuff's going to be done for the day. Tomorrow, Sunday, I think the storms and the showers will carry through the evening a little bit longer than they're going to out there for today. So that's going to kind of be the idea for that. So let me give you back to the radar, 219. And good news is, again, you see this line of storms here on the beaches. Once that's out over the water here in the next 20 minutes, most of us are just going to be dry and kind of cloudy. Now, this warning will be allowed to expire here probably early any moment now. You see this warning still goes till 2:30, but the actual thunderstorm is now outside of the warning. It's out over the water. Before I send things over to Garrett, I do want to show you the wind gusts. Let's see if we got any wind gusts in from the National Weather Service. Let me turn this on. So these are all of the weather stations that we get. So we actually just got a few in from this thunderstorm. Let's see what we had. So we had a 53-mile-an-hour gust at 155. So still sub-severe, but pretty strong. We had a 49-mile-an-hour gust there by the Kennedy Space Center complex. We had 46. Up towards Titusville, we had 43. Then we had 44. That was at 1:40 p.m. So this thunderstorm did produce some 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts, nothing in the 60 mile an hour range, thankfully. But we definitely had some pretty gusty winds as that moved through. But the core of that storm is now well offshore, and that warning should be allowed to expire shortly. So Garrett, if you have Friday evening plans, it's actually looking pretty nice, and not often in summer do we get an evening where it's in the 70s. So actually kind of a comfortable evening for your Friday night plans. It should not be overly hot out there.
That works out. No one will complain about that. That is
Correct.
for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us. And as we go to break here, give you another live look at Port Canaveral. That view has already changed quite a bit just from the way it looked a few minutes ago. So keep it right here on Florida Live. We'll be right back. Give you a live look right now in the Villages. You see holding the microphone Erica Donalds, the wife of Congressman Byron Donalds, who you see standing behind her, Republican candidate for governor, at a campaign stop in the Villages right now alongside Senator Ashley Moody, who they've been campaigning together in a few different stops across the state of Florida. We do anticipate hearing from them and also getting the chance with our crew there to speak with them in an exclusive interview, hoping that happens in this 2 o'clock hour. If not, you'll be able to watch it live on our live streaming platform. Welcome back into Florida Live. We are continuing to track a number of stories here on this Friday afternoon. We also want to see what's going on in Tampa right now. So we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now with our Tampa connection. And Nancy, with an update on a couple of different homicide cases out of the city of Lakeland in Polk County.
Yes, that's right. The Lakeland police chief held a press conference earlier today to give an update on two cases. The first case we're going to talk about involves the shooting death of a Lakeland grandmother, and the police chief announced state charges have been filed against 3 suspects in that deadly shooting. Police tell us that Mabel Cooper was an innocent bystander, and she was standing outside of her home on Christmas Eve back in 2020 when gunfire erupted. Investigators say that this gunfire happened during a dispute that Mabel was not involved in. And while those shots were fired, 3 other of her family members were struck by bullets, including a 13-year-old girl. So as I mentioned, indictments were announced this morning against 3 of the suspects, including the man that police say pulled the trigger that killed Cooper. The major breakthrough in the case came more than 2 years later in February of 2023, ATF agents in Lakeland and Lakeland police officers recovered a pistol while serving a search warrant in an unrelated drive-by shooting that left 11 people injured. Ballistic testings through the National Integrating Ballistic Information Network matched that handgun to 6 shell casings, bullets from the residence, and projectile recovered from Cooper's body. Investigators identified the shooter as 29-year-old Taki Lewis. He is a convicted felon who was legally barred from owning a firearm. Federal prosecutors say Lewis tried to cover up his involvement by using a fake alibi and burning the jacket and sandals that he wore during the shooting in a barrel. Lewis was previously sentenced to 30 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to firearms charges stemming from the gun's recovery. So police have also arrested Kiovan Durham as well as John Spates in connection with the crime. Now, both of those men do remain behind bars, and authorities said that they are actually searching for a 4th suspect. That man's name is Carlos Morris, and he is facing charges of attempted first-degree murder. Police say Morris was last known to be in the Lakeland area, and they are asking anyone with any information on his whereabouts to reach out to law enforcement immediately. Garrett?
Certainly concerning details with that one. And we also got an update, Nancy, on another just heartbreaking homicide case involving a 6-month-old baby that died. What did we learn?
So Lakeland police officer, they were called out to a home last month for an unresponsive baby. That baby was taken to an area hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now, police say the baby's mother, 23-year-old Tatiana Norman, initially told officers that her 6-month-old baby, Jeremiah, simply fell off a bed and onto a tile floor. However, investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in her account, along with an unexplained mark that doctors pointed out that was on that child's leg. So as detectives continue to question her, they say Norman's story repeatedly changed, and she later claimed she dropped the baby while reaching for a remote control. She also said that a 1-year-old child tipped over a bassinet with the baby in it, and that Jeremiah fell off the bed for a second time. Investigators say Norman eventually admitted to an act of violence, telling police she became overwhelmed by her 6-month-old as well as her 1-year-old crying, and that she intentionally threw 6-month-old Jeremiah into a playpen several feet away. Police say that that playpen rested directly on a tile floor and did not have any type of cushioning in it. Norman, according to police, demonstrated how she threw Jeremiah, and one time she demonstrated that she threw him underhanded. Another time she demonstrated that she threw him overhanded. Now, according to police, Norman noticed severe symptoms after the incident, including the baby clenching his hands, becoming unusually sleepy, and refusing to eat normally. But instead of calling for emergency help, investigators say Norman used her phone to search for terms like baby feels cold, baby has a concussion, and does baby sleep longer with a concussion? And immediately after those searches, detectives say she watched TikTok videos and visited adult websites. The medical examiner ruled Jeremiah's death a homicide caused by severe injuries that were not consistent with a simple bed fall. Now, despite Norman's changing excuses about hot bath water and spilled broth, she's saying that that's what caused the mark on the baby's leg. But the medical examiner said that that mark was actually from a thermal event. Now, medical experts noted that if Norman had sought immediately help at 9 o'clock in the morning, when she says these incidents first started happening, the baby may have survived. Now, emergency crews were not called out to her home until 11:30 that night, when Norman finally reported the baby as unresponsive. Now, she has currently been charged with aggravated child abuse, but during the press conference this morning, the police chief said he is working with the state attorney's office, and those charges may be upgraded. Garrett?
Just a heartbreaking case there, Nancy. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We still have much more to get to here on Florida Live. The bottom of the hour now. We want to check back in with our Fox 35 crew out at Walmart on East Colonial, where the blue bin has been stuffed and the truck is filling up as well. Let's check back in. Fox 35's Lauren Margolis joining us live now with the Fox 35 Care Force Backpack Brigade. Lauren, the support just continues to pour in this afternoon.
It really does, Garrett. We've got volunteers back here. We have Luann, a familiar face. Hi. What has that been like, getting to see everyone come and say hi, see all the donations?
Look, right here. It's so amazing. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Elba.
Elba.
Thank you very much for your donations.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Would you like a goodie bag?
Thank you. Laura, it's been amazing. People like Elba have been coming by all morning long, all afternoon. I mean, look at this. Notebooks, folders, pencils, glue. It's just amazing to see all the outpouring of support. You know, it's a really tough time right now. A lot of people are struggling, pay their rent, buy groceries. We have another one. Thank you, young lady.
What's your name?
Rose.
Rose, thank you so much. Wow.
So appreciate
Look at that. Just in the last 30 seconds, your hands are full of school supplies.
I know, and this has been all day long. So we just want to say thank you to all the viewers out there who have come through the Backpack Brigade and dropped off all these supplies. I mean, we can even show you the bin over here, just how much stuff it's been. So it's been an amazing day just to meet all the viewers. People have such big hearts, and it's just pouring out today. And we just really want to thank everyone. There's a lot of kids who are going to start their school year on the right foot and have everything they need to have a great school year. And it's because of all the viewers at home that saw us out here and decided to come out and donate. So it's really heartwarming that we can help so many children get off on a great start this school year.
Absolutely. You mentioned those bins. We're going to make our way over to that. And we also have a face you have not yet seen on your screens with Fox 35. Hi, Jack. So introduce yourself.
Well, hi, I'm Jack Royer. I'm going to be Luann's co-anchor in a few weeks on Fox 35 News at 5, 6, 10, and 11. So this is day one. Literally, we moved into town yesterday from South Florida, and we're excited to be here.
Wow, that's amazing. When can we catch you on air?
I think August 11th will be the first day, but we're doing a little work today, and look how generous people have been. I mean, this thing is almost full, and it strikes me at these drives how everybody has bills to pay. Many of them have kids to put in school themselves. They're still so generous with their time and their money to support folks who need it, and this thing's filled up quick today.
It has. We also have several monetary donations. We just heard $17,000 with our quadruple match. How amazing is that?
That's incredible. And again, it just speaks to everybody's willingness. Even if you can't take the time to go shopping, think of the difference that'll make for so many people. And we're so excited to be out here today.
Yeah, let's go through a couple of these items and see. We have a whole list here in Spanish and English if you're coming by here at Walmart on East Colonial Drive. Some things, of course, backpacks.
A lot of notebooks in here. A lot of things that you need in your first day kit. But yeah, backpacks, my son is like always wanting a new backpack, and I'm saying, homie, those are expensive. Those are not, we can't get a new one every single year, but these are going to be so exciting. Think of the little boy who's going to love a dinosaur backpack on day one of school, which is coming up fast. It's crazy.
Yeah.
August 10th, I think, is the first day for my son, so it's coming up quickly.
Really quickly, and this is, so amazing. We'll be out here until 3 o'clock, so we are here accepting your donations. Come and say hi, get a picture taken, and of course, monetary donations as well. We have a QR code so you can scan and just even do it from home, too, if you're not able to come out here to Walmart. So we'll send it back to you, Garrett, but so far it's been a great day.
All right, it looks like it. So great to see how things have really been filling up out there, and so many viewers stopping by. Lauren, thanks. And like she said, there's still time. If you want to go out there in the next little bit, out till 3 o'clock. And again, if you can't make it, you can scan that QR code that you see right now, fox35orlando.com. We've got more details. That website, that QR code will actually take you to helponeheart.org. You can you can donate right on their website to help with the Backpack Brigade. Every dollar and every item is making a huge difference. That is for sure. Well, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We still have much more to get to. We're going to check in on that campaign event in the Villages as well. So we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Want to get you live to the Villages right now, hearing from Senator Ashley Moody and Congressman Byron Donalds campaigning together in the Villages right now. Moody running for Senate and Congressman Donalds running, of course, for governor. So let's go ahead and listen in here. There have been a lot of questions swirling for Ashley Moody this week about additional reporting about her office's role when she was Attorney General in the Hope, Florida controversy. We had the chance earlier on Fox 35 News Plus to interview Alex Vindman, one of her Democratic challengers in the Senate race. He's been calling on the grand jury to release the report that looked into that. So we'll have more on that conversation coming up in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and listen in live right now at this campaign event in the Villages.
States that just have abandoned the notion that government exists to protect their people. They've charged headfirst into, we can make your lives better. Just give us all the control. We'll control everything about your lives, including taking over all of your businesses. It's the biggest communist con going. But the people that are smart know that Florida stood up for liberty. We stood up for individual rights. When the nation went crazy, I went to court and I fought for your rights. We fought and won. We pushed back on the Biden mandates from masks to distancing. I impaneled the only grand jury in the nation to call out that BS that wasn't based on science. I was the only Attorney General in the nation to do that for you. And I thank Governor DeSantis for pushing back. And did you read what Anthony Fauci said in his diaries that we just got our hands on? When Governor DeSantis said, what do you mean? What's 6 feet based on? Or what do you mean we have to wear masks outside and 2-year-olds have to play on the playground with masks? What do you mean? Fauci went to his personal diaries and called him a total jerk for doing that and a complete disgrace. But now that you have sent fighters to D.C. to push back and get the real information, you're seeing who was really the complete disgrace. And that was Fauci, who pulled a con over America and tried to cover it up. But why is it important that we're looking at this? People give Rand Paul a hard time for even digging into this. Why is it important? Because the people are our bosses. Government works for you. Government is accountable to you. Government has to be truthful with you. When government gives you guidance in the middle of a health emergency, you need to be able to trust that because they work for you. And if that was forgotten, or if we have people in the bureaucracy that have not lived up to what you expect of them, you deserve to know so you can fire them. That is your prerogative as we the people of the United States. So when we go to these hearings and every single Democrat is like, why are we rehashing all of this? Why are we talking about this? Why are we wasting time on this hearing? You will hear me say every single time, because I work for the people back home. I fight for Floridians, and they want to know what happened so this never happens again. So you don't have to have a fighter, an attorney general, going to a grand jury or fighting in court for rights to go to church or put your kids in school or celebrate with your families or, heaven forbid, be with a family member when they pass. Florida stood out. We are now the beacon of freedom for the rest of this nation and the world. We are the blueprint on how government should be. And so what I loved hearing about Congressman Donalds is that he said to you, I don't believe big government controlling your life, taking everything from you and telling you how to live and telling you what they're going to do make everything more affordable, and they'll take care of it. Trust them. You see what happened to prices in Cuba? You see what happened to Venezuela? I can go on and on and on when the people trusted that government doing everything for them and taking over their lives would work. It doesn't. Congressman Donalds has a plan to make sure we're protecting the Florida dream. And that means making sure we are hard-charging and getting down prescription drug prices. We have plans on how we're going to tackle insurance, by the way. I just introduced a bill this week to do away with staged accident frauds that drive up your car insurance, and is happening all over the nation. Taking out fraudsters is how we cut costs. That's just one piece of it. But the Republicans are rolling up their sleeves and getting things done and pitching policies that will work, meaning getting government out of the way when they're part of the problem. Fixing things doesn't mean government comes in and controls everything. That's a disaster. That's communism. And let me tell you what's going to be on the ballot in November. Because if I stand up here any longer, I'm going to get too tired. We're going to have to have some ice cream. This is what's on the ballot in November. And please tell your family. Please go online and tell your friends. Please show up and vote. Communism versus common sense. Safe communities versus defund the police. Secure borders versus abolish prisons and release all of the criminals back into your communities. We have representatives now going overseas, meeting with communist dictators, pledging their support to go around the people here that are trying to protect you. That is happening right now. I agreed to go to Washington, not because I have not a ton of things that I'd like to do here in Florida. I agreed to go to Washington to fight for this state and to fight for you. My husband is a law enforcement officer. He would much prefer me be safe back home with him. But he knows what is needed to secure this nation and secure the autonomy of this state and make sure that we are fighting for you. So I am there fighting for Florida families. I'm going to do so alongside with this great governor. And the two of us are going to be at the top of the ticket in November, and we're going to continue to lead this nation, protecting you and protecting the United States of America.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking alongside Congressman Byron Donalds at this campaign event at the Villages there at the Sawgrass Tavern. And as you heard her say, I think they're also going to serve some ice cream coming up in a little bit. Now, we are expecting our crew there to get to speak with them. And we have questions for Senator Moody specifically about some of the reporting that has been coming out this week, raising additional questions about her office's role in the Hope Florida controversy. She was Attorney General at the time of the Medicaid settlement that ended up sending $10 million to the Hope Florida Foundation, money that ended up in the hands of a couple of political action committees that were fighting against constitutional amendments on the ballot. This week, Alex Vindman, Moody's Democratic challenger, one of Moody's Democratic challengers, held a news conference calling for the release of a grand jury report that looked into that controversy. No indictments came out of that. I had the chance to speak with Alex Vindman earlier today. If you want to watch that full interview, you can find it right now on Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page or on the Fox Local app. But I asked him, with the fact that there were no indictments from that, what he expects or what he would hope to learn from the release of that report.
We know that there are different reasons for different outcomes in these grand jury investigations. In my conception, we've had single party rule in the state of Florida with politicized prosecutions, politicized investigations. I think the fact is it's unclear what's going on. We don't know exactly what's in there, but where there's smoke, there's fire. We know that Ashley Moody signed off on these $10 million taken out of the Child Welfare Fund. We know that it warranted including Republicans, called for an investigation. This was, in fact, driven by Republicans that wanted to know why these funds were taken out of Child Welfare Fund, why they were taken out of Medicaid. We don't know all the details, but seeing this investigation would be critically important to understand what's going on and finding out, who else was involved in this. On the surface, it doesn't take a legal degree. It doesn't take, a prosecutor's experience to see that this is the dirtiest of politics, where you're taking away resources away from children to aid a political campaign, and the payoff is a Senate seat. That is pretty darn crystal clear.
That was Alex Vindman speaking with me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, you can find that full interview right now on Fox Local and the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. We should note that Moody's campaign has said they don't object to the release of that grand jury report. So we will be standing by for more updates on that. Well, today is National Mutt Day. And so all day long, we have been asking for you to send in your mutt pictures. I have a mutt of my own. His name is Walter. I showed you his picture, posted it on social media. If you follow me on Twitter at GarrettFox35. We've been getting submissions from dozens of you sending in pictures of your mutts today. So we want to see them. Send those in to us. We'll go through some of those coming up again in just a little bit. So as we go to break here, I want your mutt photos. Please send those as we celebrate this National Mutt Day here on Florida Live. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Let's go ahead and get you live right now to the Villages as our crew gets the chance to speak with Ashley Moody and Byron Donalds to make sure this comes to fruition.
Well, as you know, we are leading those bills in the Senate and the House. We have to make sure that Florida demonstrates why having the headquarters in the busiest spaceport, Florida Space Coast, will create synergy for the success. We've set some very ambitious goals for our space program nationally. As you know, we just had the Artemis come back recently. I had the privilege of talking to the astronauts as they were coming back in. I just met with them recently. There is a lot of excitement and energy around Florida's Space Coast. Congressman Donald has a plan to make sure that we are bolstering not only manufacturing and businesses that are supporting that effort, but making sure that Florida kids are given the opportunity to be a part of that and ultimately live out their own Florida dream.
Okay, so Wolfie, data centers have become a big issue in the campaign. All right, so a number of cities and counties across Florida really don't want them there. But, I mean, economically, benefits will sometimes help. But what is the concerns about protecting local utilities, resources, and the impact on taxpayers?
So this is important. A couple things. Florida law today already protects the ratepayers, the people who are paying their electric bill every single day. The current law protects that. Governor DeSantis signed that. We're going to keep that law in place. Your utility bills will not go up for a hyperscale data center. Number two, we're going to protect water. Florida law today already calls for if a hyperscaler is built, they have to get a use permit from water management. Water management issues use permits for major housing developments, for golf courses, for other industry that uses water, whether that's bottling for beverages or other uses. We have a long history of protecting our water resources in Florida. That will not change. I think for counties that are going to moratoriums, I understand. They want to do what is in the best interest of their local community. We want to do the same. But Florida's law is clear. DeSantis just signed it. We're going to keep that in place. We also want to make sure that they're not near people's homes. Like, I don't want it next to my home. Senator Moody, she doesn't want it next to her home. We want to protect people's residential communities and keep those things far away. So there is a balance that we can actually have. The new designs are far more efficient on water than the first ones that a lot of people have seen in Northern Virginia and West Virginia. That was the first version of them. The ones today are far more efficient when it comes to water. But we're going to protect Florida's resources, and that's going to be first. And then we'll look at where they can actually be developed after that.
Yeah, I've been very clear meeting with folks in this space saying, look, you need to be proactive about seeking out communities that want you. Show them what you are doing to make sure that you are protecting their making sure they know that you are going to provide all the energy that you need, that you're protecting the environment. I have a lot of issues as a mom as well with AI in terms of protecting kids, so I've been meeting with that with them on the side. But I think where they can really show the public that they are respecting rightful concerns is that they go to communities and say, this is what we have to offer. Who would like to help us do this? And so I absolutely agree with the congressman that communities that are against that should have that say and they should have their concerns heard. But those communities that have met and decide that they would like that, they should be able to negotiate that with the companies as they wish.
How can you ease people's worried minds when the data center comes in and they use so much energy that now it's going to be kicked back to the taxpayers and the people around in that community where that data center is? Is there any way that you guys can think of to protect that community?
Well, let's be clear. Florida is a regulated utility state. So your electric bill cannot go up unless the Public Service Commission says it's going to go up. The utilities do not set rates. That's the Public Service Commission that does that. That's been Florida law for decades now. It's one of the reasons why you really haven't seen what's happened in other states where electricity bills go up 30-40% because we are a regulated utility state. That's number one. Number two, we have about 5 gigawatts of excess power on the grid. This is not the power that people are relying on to cool their homes or to heat their pools or anything like that. This is excess power. That's, I think, what some of these developers are looking for. So when you're talking about future utility needs, we do need a long-term power generation plan. We're going to lead that in my time as governor. So we know how to add electricity to the grid. This is one of the reasons I'm a big believer in small modular nuclear reactors, because you can actually, in real time, scale excess baseload power on your grid to make sure you don't have a supply and demand issue, which causes rates to go up. Florida also needs another natural gas pipeline. 80% of our electric generation in our state is with natural gas. We need another natural gas pipeline in our state. We want to be able to get that done as well. So we're going to have the strategies to make sure we keep utility bills low.
And I will also add, on Capitol Hill, Ashley and I fought against this. What has led to electricity bills increasing in our state and in our country are these solar farms brought to us by radical Democrat policy and the Democrat socialists. They wanted that junk science and solar and wind to power America, and it doesn't work.
Community that has a data center that wants to come, they should be absolutely prohibited from passing on any cost to any community members. That's just wrong, and the Congressman and I will never let that happen.
Okay, good. Dude, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you too.
All right, guys.
So that you see our crew there had the chance to speak with Congressman Donalds and Senator Moody at that news conference. Unfortunately, did not appear to ask them about the Hope Florida controversy. We were hoping to get an answer on that this afternoon, and the response from Senator Moody about the Hope Florida controversy. We were hoping to get an answer on that this afternoon, and the response from Senator Moody on that. So unfortunately did not hear that question asked, but we will continue to follow up on that and try to get some more answers on that for you. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. I apologize because of the timing of that interview. We didn't get the chance to look at the Mutt picks that you've been sending in. We will check in again coming up. If you're watching us on Fox Local Orlando, we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we are out of time here on Fox 35, but our live streaming news coverage will continue on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with more coming up in just 1 minute.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. 3 o'clock right now, and our day-long drive for supplies, for school supplies, is winding down, but it's still not too late to donate if you would like to. It's been a great day out at the Walmart on East Colonial. We want to check in again with Fox 35's Lauren Margolis, who joins us as part of the Fox 35 Care Force Backpack Brigade. And Lauren, quite the turnout out there today. Things are looking good.
Oh, Garrett, it has been an incredible day. We even just got some last-minute donations right here. And Stephanie with One Heart, she has a total for us here. What is that number?
A little over $19,000, and that is with the quadruple match. So it's just, it blows my mind. The community here has just been phenomenal. So much love and support. You know, from families coming in saying, "I'm sorry, this year we can't help," although we just wanted to wish you the best luck. We had somebody else that came in and he said, "I can't help this year financially, but I can put it on social media." And as soon as he put it on social media, somebody had put a message, and it was from him, and it said, you know, my friend had said that this was a great place for me to donate, and he donated $250. So sometimes it's, you know, it's that time, treasure, talent. So sometimes it's people giving of their hands, right, volunteering. Other times people being able to share the information, and then others that can financially donate or tangibly donate. And it takes every single bit of it to make to really make it all possible.
There really are so many ways to help, and like you said, it all makes a difference here. Even $1 makes a difference with that quadruple match too.
We had a young boy, and he said, "I got 75 cents for helping my mom with the dishes. I want to give it to you." And it was like, that 75 cents is just as special as any of the others. And that's what I love. Every dollar, every penny, every quarter, everything it all adds up. Just like, every binder or pair of scissors. We have over 1,000 different school supplies. We will give that number later on when we get back to One Heart Home Base and start counting and then packing up the rest of the backpacks.
This is so amazing. Yeah, that number you mentioned, the monetary donations, that's just money donations in itself. We have an entire truckload full of school supplies here. How amazing is that to see every single year the community come out and do this?
It gets bigger and bigger, and I think that's also the message gets out. It's a little bit wider each time. What I love is that the messages are all pretty similar, and that is, thank you for having a safe place for us to be able to come and donate, whether it's dollars, whether it's volunteering. We have kids as little as 3 years old out here helping to pass out the sheets with their mom or dad. We're never too young, never too old to be able to volunteer, and and each financial donation, there's nothing too little, nothing too big.
Yeah. Well, it's been an amazing year here for Backpack Brigade. We're helping so many students get ready for back to school. So thank you so much, Stephanie, for all that you do too. And we're signing off here at Walmart on East Colonial Drive. I'm Lauren Margolis, and we're sending it back to you, Garrett.
All right, Lauren, thank you. What a day. So cool getting to see all of those donations come in and knowing that it's going to help so many kids and families right here in Central Florida. We still have much more to come over the next little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate it.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in San Diego, Miramar Air Station. We're now getting a ground view at the site of that F-35 crash at the Marine Corps Air Station there. Still waiting to learn some more information, but Fox News now reporting that there was someone who was able to eject from that. Here's what we know. It happened Friday morning at the Marine Corps Air Station Miramar. It also ignited a brush fire, so that's why you see the charred grass there along the runways. This was, 10 a.m. local time, that would be Pacific time, an F-35 that was based out of that Marine Aircraft Group 11. We don't know right now what the purpose was of the flight, whether it was just getting there or arriving, whether it was a training mission, or if there were any injuries or fatalities right now. So still a lot of questions about this, and we will see what comes out of this. We're waiting for more information, any sort of news conference or briefing or something like that that might give more details. But again, Fox News reporting that the pilot was able to eject. We don't know anything much more than that. So we will continue to track that developing story this afternoon, as we've been watching that now for a couple of hours here on Fox 35 News Plus. We also have been watching this week as some new regulations going into place about e-bikes here in Central Florida. In fact, the city of Deltona approved Florida's first ordinance that bans most riders under the age of 18 from using e-bikes at all in public. This is a stricter safety rule than many places have, but it comes amid calls for stricter regulations at local levels, state levels, school districts we've seen in our area has been trying to figure out what to do about e-bikes because of rising injury numbers, rising concerns when it comes to e-bikes. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay today had the chance to speak with Volusia County Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood about this issue, about e-bike safety, these new regulations going into place, how the county is going to enforce some of this, and where things go from here.
First of all, it hasn't passed yet. Okay, they're going over it and trying to redo things. So let me caution you: there's an ordinance and there's state law. We enforce state law. Remember, you had cities that passed a mask ordinance. They passed social distancing ordinances. We didn't enforce them because it wasn't good law. You had the county passed a marijuana law years ago. We didn't enforce that. We followed state law. I would like to know how constitutionally you could tell somebody who at 15 can get a learner's permit, but you have to be 18 to operate an e-bike. I don't know how that's going to fly. So even if they pass this, it's still going to come to my legal, and we're going to have to sit down and say, number one, can you legally do this? And number two, what does it look like to enforce it? So what we're doing is we are on a huge education campaign with Volusia County Schools. Volusia County Student Services is putting a program together where kids who are going to take their e-bikes to school, they have to register the e-bike, and then they have to go under a training program, and then it has to be signed off by their parents, safety equipment and everything else. But there's a lot of things that parents don't understand about e-bikes. The legislature punted this and didn't do anything with it. So we're forced to follow state law. So there's 3 levels of e-bikes. Class 1 is pedal assist only with a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. You don't need to do anything with that. Wear a helmet, go to take the course through Volusia County Schools, register your bike, and be guided by the bike safety. You got to follow all the laws that traffic does and that bicyclists follow. Class number 2 is an e-bike with a throttle. It's pedal assist or throttle assist, maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. Again, same thing occurs, parents. The helmets, safety equipment, go through the course, you're good to go. Class number 3 is where you get into the problem. Class number 3 is pedal assist with a maximum speed of 28 miles per hour. If you have a class 3 bike, you need to have a license to operate that, and you must be at least 16 years old. So the vehicle status of e-bikes are defined by having fully operational pedals and a seat and a motor less than 750 cc's. There is no DL or registration for that. But if you operate one without a pedal, they're considered mopeds, which is a whole other operation, and you need a driver's license for that. So an example is I'll use the beach. The beach deputies are equipped with lasers down there. They can tell the speeds. You have somebody clipping along at 30 miles an hour, and it's a class 3 e-bike, and they don't have an endorsement, they get locked up and the bike gets towed. So that's how, in the wonderful world of e-bikes, what we're doing. So for me, to get around what Deltona's doing, we're working with the schools. We're going to educate our kids. We want parents to know what they're buying their kids. If that sucker goes 28 miles an hour or more, and you don't have the proper license and that thing's not registered, you're operating an unlicensed motor vehicle, and we're going to tell it, and we're going to take it. I think it's also important for parents to remember that last year we had a young man who was almost killed, And he was not at fault operating his e-bike on the first day of school. And we airlifted him to Arnold Palmer, and we learned on that first week of school, Arnold Palmer had over 24 trauma alerts. All were e-bike accidents. So that's what I think is really important for parents to understand. You can't be giving kids something that's going 28 miles an hour or more, and that are doing wheelies through traffic down the street. The least of their worries is getting arrested and having an e-bike taken. The big worry is your kid's paralyzed or dead. That's what parents need to understand, and they really need to do their job with this. The legislature punted on us last year. The Volusia Sheriff's Office, St. Johns County, I think Pinellas County, we had a group of sheriffs got together to study this, to make recommendations to the legislature to codify this into state law. The legislature refused to touch it, which means we fall back to the motor vehicle code now, and that's what we will enforce is the motor vehicle code.
We know that the mayor mentioned that he's planning on going back and reviewing to lower that from 18 to potentially 16. What do you say to that?
You know, they got to do what they got to do. That's I'm not going to comment on what their policies or what they're going to do. But like anything else, think it through and make sure it's legally sound and go from there. But again, I would hearken to them that at 15, you can get your learner's permit. So it's funny you bring up the mayor because I'm meeting him at 2 o'clock. So, you know, that's where we're at. You know, everybody's doing things different. I saw Orange County wants to ban them from school property. Ocoee's doing something different. Winter Park's doing something different because there's really no clear direction under state law. And every county's doing something different. Again, just because an ordinance gets passed doesn't necessarily mean it's enforceable. You have to pass something it's going to meet constitutional muster, and we're able to enforce it. So I do have you guys a handout. This is probably the easiest one to follow. This one is kind of like a roadmap to peace in the Middle East. But I got some of them. You could take a look at them. You could put whatever you want. But I think that what we're seeing is you got middle schoolers whose parents are buying these Class 3 bikes that can go 28 miles an hour. Your 13-year-old kid can't be riding on a Class 3 bike. And the other thing, what they're doing is they could buy a booster kit where the bike is a Class 1, and let's face it, these kids are pretty technologically sound. They put that booster kit on there. Now that sucker's going 28 miles an hour. That creates a problem for us because there's a little bit of gray area in there with the booster kits because it is a Class 1 bike that they have just put on steroids. So that's something I'll leave to my traffic unit to figure out.
So if you see a 13-year-old kid in Deltona riding around just a normal e-bike that follows the Class 1 whatever, they're not getting...
Nope. Nope. I mean, think of this. We want to criminalize riding your bike. I mean, this is just a personal thing. I'm 62 years old. I've been riding a bike since I was 6, right? You want an assist, you went downhill. You wanted another assist, you got off the bike and you pushed it up the hill. I would think that maybe we should get back to that, but I'm probably dating myself. What's wrong with riding your bike to school and getting some exercise and fresh air? But then again, we live in a world where we have driverless cars. So why would bikes not follow suit?
I know you said you're talking to the mayor too. I'm curious, what's your message to other mayors, other towns, other cities about, I mean, as a sheriff's office, navigating all the different...
I think everybody means well. You know, everybody wants to do something. Everybody recognizes there's a problem. But sometimes you could go in there and make the problem worse. I think if you take a step back and you see what the law is and you try to educate and understand before you start penalizing, because I don't think we've really educated on e-bikes. I know in my time here, we've done regular bike safety and given out bike helmets and, have the deputies go out and talk about stopping at traffic, stopping and what you need to do, dismount your bike before you walk certain places. This is a completely new animal it's all over the place, and I think you'll see us start to crack down on the adults in the real future, especially out on the bike paths and everywhere else, because people who don't have a driver's license figure they could jump on this sucker and go 28 miles an hour or more. And hey, what can you do to me? It's a bike. That's a whole other can of worms that we're going to have to attack. But for now, I think all the mayors and all the superintendents are thinking the same thing. I don't want one of my students being airlifted down to Arnold Palmer with life-threatening injuries. And I think they're all trying to do the best that they can do and figure a way out. But sometimes you can over-regulate. To me, take a step back, make the education mandatory, follow the laws that are on the books, and then take it from there and see where it goes from there. Because I think if you really look at it, the overwhelming majority of students, they're going to do the right thing. If you sit down and explain this to them and explain this to their parents, the overwhelming majority you're never going to hear anything about. You're always going to have that slice in there that their parents don't give a shit and they don't give a And that's where you're going to have your problem. But I think if you do a really good job with educating the parents and the kids and the teachers, and then you can just deal with the residuals after that. So my advice is do the educational step, do the safety step first, and then see where it falls down.
The mayor told Demi and I on Monday, this ordinance is already in place. And then he told us, a bunch of different stuff he told other people. But point blank, next Monday, school starts. If you see a 15-year-old on an e-bike.
We ain't touching it.
You can touch it. Okay.
Not touching it. Unless they're going over, unless it meets state, again, ordinance, state law.
Gotcha.
We always default to state law. Can't get in trouble with state law. It's passed, it's been through, it's been vetted. This is the state law. This is what parents and students are being trained on by Volusia County Schools and the Sheriff's Office and the police departments that have SROs in class. They've all been trained on this, and this is what they're going to start getting involved in through the school year. So that's what we're defaulting to.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood speaking with the reporters earlier today. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. 3:20 on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And we are following breaking news with the Nancy Guthrie case this afternoon out of Pima County, Arizona, where the sheriff's office has just released on social media two of the ransom notes that we believe the potential kidnappers sent to investigators about this case, about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. They have released those, and so I'm going to take you through them, but we're going to start by taking you through a news release that also includes a little bit of new information about some of the surveillance videos that we've seen in this case as well. So we're going to start with that, where Pima County, saying just a little bit ago, the Pima County Sheriff's Department and Federal Bureau of Investigation's Phoenix Field Office have been working together for the past 6 months to locate Nancy Guthrie. Nancy was last confirmed at her residence in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood in Tucson on the evening of January 31st, 2026. Through our collective investigative resources with the assistance of the private sector, we've recovered videos from her residence showing an unidentified male who knows what happened to Nancy. 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera may be from separate days. These videos are critical to our understanding of the unidentified male's behaviors and choices. They indicate he took steps to prepare for the event on the night of January 31st to February 1st. Investigators continue to pursue every available technological and investigative lead. However, community members remain a vital resource as we seek to provide answers for Nancy's family. We would like to thank those who have already provided tips and information. We're asking for the public's continued assistance. We're confident that you can further the effort. We know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior around the time frame of the videos, to include a change in mood or displays of anxiety, nervousness, or irritability, a change of physical appearance, hair color or cut, growth or removal of facial hair, unexplained injuries during the period Nancy was last seen, normal routine changes such as missing work, classes, or appointments, sudden departures from the area around the time of her disappearance, vehicle cleaning or repairs, unexplained interest or disinterest in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, noticeable intense interest or disinterest in the investigation, or an unexplained knowledge of the situation. This news release from the Pima County Sheriff's Department goes on to say, 2 ransom notes were sent to local and national media outlets that purport to have been written by kidnappers. The local CBS affiliate in Tucson, KOLD, received the first note on February 2nd and the second on February 6th. These communications reveal distinctive patterns of word choice, syntax, and phraseology that reflect the writer's unique linguistic style. They also provide valuable insight into the person's mindset, motives, and the evolution of their tone over time. As with the unidentified male depicted in the video, we believe these distinctive linguistic characteristics may be recognizable to someone who knows or has interacted with the note's writer. A friend, family member, coworker, classmate, or acquaintance may recognize these patterns of expression and possess information that could help identify the individual responsible. In some cases, there are times when people who may have knowledge initially do not come forward. This may be due to their close relationships with those who might be involved, as well as a concern for their own safety, reputation, or standing in the community. We recognize relationships and loyalties change over time, as do people and their perspectives. It is not too late to come forward. Regardless of how insignificant you think your information may be or whether you think we are already aware of it, please contact us. I want to show you now the first look at a couple of these ransom notes, and you can see this is the first note where it says, "Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million before 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th. Those are those deadlines that we've talked about before. Now, back to the note. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you." And you can see the format of that email that was sent as a form filled out to send to that media report. Now let's check out the second one, the second note from a few days later. "Guthrie family, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition." Talking about Nancy. "We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you all can find peace. We are truly sorry." Now, some of the details of these notes had come out before. We have talked about them a little bit, but this is the first time we have seen these, that investigators have released these videos that, or excuse me, these notes themselves, images of the notes themselves that were sent to that Arizona news station talking about that. And you can see it is a stark difference in tone, as was kind of set up for us by the sheriff's office in that news release to kind of expect that and what that looked like in those notes. Again, saying she is buried in nature now. One of those interesting lines from the second note that raised some questions about the identity of who these kidnappers might be, and things that no doubt investigators have been looking into, but still obviously a lot of questions, and they are looking for more information to hopefully find Nancy Guthrie at this point. A number of calls have been continued to be put out by Savannah Guthrie, including just again this week, just talking about the impact that this has had on their family, and the answers and the closure that they are still looking for. You can only imagine just how difficult these 6 months have been for that family and for those who know Nancy Guthrie. The breaking news this afternoon, Pima County Sheriff's Department releasing some updated information about the surveillance video and then releasing those ransom notes. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.